Tornado, send it code 3.
Well, hello. It is 5 p.m. March 16th, 2024, and I am going to do a stream. You can hear the grandmother clock banging in the background, and I'll just wait till it's done. There, it's done. There's no stopping it. Once it goes, it goes. Anyway, hope everybody's had a great day. I've had a beautiful day. It's beautiful outside. A little bit on the chilly side, but that's okay. It's just it's in the 60s instead of up in the 77. It was 77 the other day. So I got a little bit of something to tell to Emo. He's been listening to the flying wench with the broom too much. That's what he's been doing. I never said I saw the Plainfield tornado in Plainfield. Emo. I saw the thunderstorm, which produced a tornado. About a mile north of my house where I was living, and it was moving northeast, which would be towards Chicago. I never, ever said I saw the actual Plainfield tornado. However, she said she had pictures of the Plainfield tornado and lied. She doesn't have pictures of the Plainfield tornado. She has pictures of the aftermath, the devastation of what the Plainfield tornado did. So get it right, Emo. I was not the only one that saw that. There was also a police officer that was on Route 2 at the Greater Rockford Airport, only it was just west of the airport. It was just across the river, who saw that same tornado that I saw that was about a mile from my house, north of my house. And that tornado was produced from the same storm front that produced the Plainfield tornado. So get it right, Emo. You didn't piss me off, bud. You made a fool out of yourself. That's what you did. You need to stop listening to liars. I was the one that drove into Rockford that reported that tornado that came out of that storm front that kept moving, that produced another tornado in Plainfield. And they had a weather bureau there. And Ron Fields was the guy that ran the weather bureau. And I had been at the weather bureau several times over the years. And Ron Fields and I know each other quite well. So get it right. Get your facts right. I've told this story I don't know how many times, and I don't think I've ever varied the story. And I mean, this was in, 1990, 1991? August 28th, I can remember. But I don't remember the year. I think it was in 1990. But I could be wrong. It could have been 91. That was a lot of frickin' years ago there, Emo. So, I definitely wanted to do a stream tonight and tell everybody about that. I had a thunderstorm come through here in Arizona that produced hail again, and I got that. I got that. I tried to cut that down enough that it was 1 minute and 10 seconds, and I tried to cut it down enough to get it to do a short. Whether it worked or not, I don't know. I haven't looked. But I cut it down twice. You can actually see it's pea size and just under pea size hail that came down. So, and anytime I get hail, I try always to video it. However, you never know when it's going to happen. So I don't set the camera up or the phone up to do a video prior to that happening. You don't have a clue when it's going to happen, because they claim, well, you got possible rain forecast for your area. I'm not going to set it up the night before and wonder, well, let me see, is it gonna rain? Is it gonna hail? I don't know what to tell you, people. But I just love the liars that are on YouTube. I just love it. Absolutely freaking love it. So I thought about making up a little song and lyrics about you getting some hearing aids, because obviously you can't distinguish between lies and truth, emo. And this might just piss you off. Don't know what to tell you. Doesn't make me angry. I know what I did. I absolutely know what I did. We're gonna see if after this year's severe weather class that is and it goes up every year. And I have spoken with the lady that runs that. If you think this is going to be a piece of cake, a cakewalk to, you just turn this video on, walk away and not pay attention and don't take notes and don't worry about it. You're going to be sent a certificate and it's all good and all. You got a big shot coming. You don't pay attention. You don't take good notes. You're not going to pass the test, because there is a test at the end of it. And that's on a webinar. So the only prerequisite to taking that test and doing your best to pass that test, the only prerequisite to that is you have to already be you already have to have a basic class. Because this class is advanced. It's for advanced weather spotters. It's not for basic. So, I just had to do this. I thought about doing a pre-recorded one. And I thought, nah, I ain't going to do that. I could have. It's just as easy to do a pre-recorded premiere as getting online. But I thought, nah, it's been a long time since this would be my second time this year that I've streamed. Why? Why haven't I? Because I've been busy. I've been busy with medical problems, and I've been busy with family. And I've been busy with my non-service dog, doing life instead of, being an idiot. Oh, crap. I got to turn the brightness way up on this, or I can't see the screen. There we go. My intro and outro I'm going to have to redo because it's only for 1.0 and 2.0. I have 7 channels, soon to have 8. So I have to redo it. Let me see here. I got to put the banner up. I forgot to put the banner up, guys. Oh my. I'll use this one. That's good enough. I don't get all excited. I got to make a new banner to reflect 8 channels. I have Lady Di 49, Diana 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, 5.0, 6.0, 7.0, and soon to be 8.0. So I am going to put up an 8th. Those are channels. They're not sock accounts. I don't do sock accounts. Just saying. So, I guess I should come over here and take a look at the comments. It's been so freaking long since I've done this. Hey, Unholy, welcome. God, it's so bright out here. I can't see the screen. I'm going to have to go in so I can even read the screen. I can't even tell who's in here. I can tell Unholy's in here because I turned just right and the sun went off of it. So, I believe it's Abe's in here. So, give me just a second here. And I'll head back in so I can read this. It's a little bit breezy, but not too bad. Just an occasional breeze. I got to get a haircut too. My hair is too long. It's only about 66, 67 degrees out here, but that's not bad with the sun. Hey, Rick Turtis Trash is in here. There you go. And it's Dad Abe, Unholy, Ed Gale. Let me go back. Rick Turtis Trash. And was never a Leo or a Marine. Patriot Defense. One Stop Fab Shop. It's that Abe again. Darn. I gotta set this on the stand. I can't scroll back any farther unless I set it on the stand. I keep pulling up the comments. But it's been so freaking long since I have done this that I had to think about how to even set this thing up. Yeah, it was a Duratio Supercell. That is correct. And it was, let me see here. I see Abe put it in there. It was 1990. Well, 1990 was the tornado then. In 1991, I had a grandson born. So, and he was born on the day that they declared war. So, and that was January 7th, 1991. Let me see there. I'm almost back to the beginning. Come on. No, I never saw the vortex that was the Plainfield tornado, Patriot. I've never said that. I said I saw a supercell. I said I saw a tornado that let down about a mile in front of my house. It was moving northeast, which would be straight at Chicago. Okay. I did see I did see on the tornado that developed south of the Greater Rockford Airport, that had 6 vortices. I counted them. That had 6. So anyway, see, there's one stop. There's It's Steady, Brick Turd is Trash, Unholy. I want to make sure I got everybody. It's rude not to. Ed Gale, you're looking for a donation. We're looking for a donation. Give me your email. My email is snowballspicy with no E in it @gmail.com. There you go. I don't do too many donations. I used to do donations and I got ripped off left and right. So if you get one, it won't be a very big one. I have something I want to show everyone. I sent a picture of this to someone. I want to put this phone down somewhere. I'll plug it in. That's what I'll do. I've been on it. I've been doxxed so many times, I guess it doesn't freaking make much of a difference. I'm not going to show my address, but I'll show you people I will show you people the envelope that this came in, and I will show you the box, and I will show you the medal that I have from my husband. So this came from Randolph Air Force Base in Texas. I have other medals that are coming. I have a National Defense medal, a full size with a ribbon and a pin back. And I want to show you people this. I'm not going to show you my husband's name. But let me see if I can do this right. It's been so long since I've done this. There we go. There you go. Can you read it? Can you read it? Hopefully you can. The return address on this is AFPC/DP1SSP. It's at 550 C Street West, JBSA Randolph Air Force Base in Texas. Now, to prove that I didn't get this in a hock shop, can you read that? That says National Defense, full size with ribbon and a pin back. My husband was in Vietnam. I've been told I'm a liar. I'm not a liar. I've never lied about anything. Now you're going to get to see a National Defense medal. Can you read what it says? National Defense. And it's a 2-piece. And there's a cutout behind here. There's a cutout so you can see what it is. Say, there's a pin, and it's got the 2 stickers. If you flip that over, if you've never seen a National Defense medal before, and the only way I can do is flip it upside down. This is what the back of it looks like. I don't know if this is right side up, upside down, what the hell ever. I don't know what the hell it's supposed to look like on the back, but I'm going to show you what it looks like on the back. There's what it looks like on the back. Yes, this is from someone that actually served. I wanted everybody to see that. And this is only one of the medals that I'm going to be receiving. And I also have a list of medals that are given for that. But if you're actually in a war and you actually fight in that war, you get a National Defense Medal. Voila. Hey, Albert Mel. Hola. Let me kill that. I want to put this back away. I don't want people to see where I put it. So, my husband spent a year in Alaska, isolated, remote. And the rest of his tour, he spent in Vietnam. You have one as well? Well, then you know, what's the back? How are you supposed to look at the back? What's supposed to be on the back of that medal? Is it a flag? Or what, Albert? If you've got one, you probably know. I've never been in the military. I have worked my butt off in Air Force Mars. So I have served those who have served. Well, I don't know what to tell you, but it's wishful thinking, I guess. Look at this. Look at this. You must think that I'm you know, Karen Crude or Karen Crud. No, I'm fine. I got my, I have my original wheelchair back finally. If you serve during a conflict, even if you were never in combat, you get one. Well, my husband served in combat. He actually, when he passed, he still had Agent Orange on his legs, both of his lower legs, from walking through the jungle over in Nam. I have pictures. Hey, hum along if you can't sing along. How you doing, Nemi? Yeah, the medal I showed is real. Man, I showed you the box it came in, even with the envelope where it came from. So yes. So anyway, Trump said, welcome. I have a plaque that was given to me by the United States Air Force by a full bird, whatever the hell that means. I don't know what the hell a full bird is, but that's how he was introduced to me when he presented me with that plaque for my years of service. And that was in 2002. So there's a lot of people on YouTube that think all I know how to do is lie. My only problem is I don't lie. And if I've told you something that happened 30 years ago, and I've showed you what happened out of that 30 years ago deal, you can ask me 30 years later and I can tell you the same thing, because I don't lie. When you live it, you don't have to lie. Anyway, but I was never in the military. I worked for USAF Mars, United States Air Force Mars. Mars, if you don't know what the Mars program is, they pass on anymore. They pass on. It's been changed from phone calls. That's when I retired out of it. I retired out of it in 2006. And it changed at that time to everything was done electronically. And they just did welfare messages. When I was in it, what Mars did was, if you had a son or a daughter, granddaughter, grandson, whatever, you had someone that was in the military and they were overseas and they wanted to call home, United States Air Force Mars, and they had a Mars program for each branch. I did Air Force. Why did I do Air Force? Because my husband was in the Air Force. We did phone calls. We would use because you have to be a ham radio operator at that time, and then you're given a license, and you use government frequencies, but you're using HF radio, which would be the 20-meter band would be the most solid you could get. It's still that way. 20-meter band is still the most solid band. And when I say solid band, I mean you have less. I'm going to try and not use the verbiage that they use in amateur radio or in the military. You have less of the signal fading in and out, getting loud, dropping down to nothing, because you're on government frequencies. There were only certain frequencies we could use. I was also a USAF. Turn the light on. State Mars Director for Illinois. And I can show you this. And this was given to me. And I had a specific call for this position. It was AFF3IL. I'll never forget the call signs. There you go. State Mars Director. And yeah, that's my full name. I was given a plaque. Someone said Colonel in there. I don't know. I don't remember which one it was. And yeah, it's dusty, man. Everything's freaking dusty around here. There's the plaque that I was presented by a full bird, I guess, Colonel. It says Mars, USAF Mars, and it's got that on it. It's an actual plaque. It's an awards plaque. It came from St. Louis, Missouri. So they do trophies, plaques, medals, all that crap, as that says on the back. This was presented to me in 2002. My regular call sign was Alpha Foxtrot, Alpha 3, Alpha November, AFA 3AN. That was my regular membership in Mars. Call sign. I don't think you guys are ever going to be able to read this, but I will hold it up anyway and let you try and see. I'll hold it sideways so you can see part of it. Otherwise, I don't think you can read it. And again, there is my name on the top line with my original call. And it says for dedicated service to the United States Air Force Mars, and it is dated 2002 on the bottom line. You have no idea how many years I did this for. How many long-distance phone calls I paid for servicemen to be able to call their families. I was also a CERT officer, and I don't give a damn what Karen Crud says. This actually came off of my uniform. I had 2 of these and lost 1 in the move. And I worked for Winnebago County. I worked for Don Gasparini. Sheriff Don Gasparini was the sheriff at the time. And that doesn't say anything about hazmat on there, does it? Do you see anything hazmat on there? Or does it say sheriff's police? Yeah, you bet you would have had massive phone bills from calling your girl. Absolutely. But if you could have went through Mars, what they do is they would have transferred you to someone as close as they could get to the town your girl was in, and you could have sat there and talked to her for however long the operator allowed it. I've been told I'm a liar on this. You see what that says? I'm trying to see the screen. You see what it says on the top? Sierra. I'm trying to hold it so that Sierra Echo Romeo Tango, CERT, S-E-R-T, not C-E-R-T. Operations. Do you see what the center seal is? Do you see the center seal on this? It says Illinois, state of Illinois. That's a state seal. And it also gives the county, Winnebago County. And there's my badge number at the bottom, 15. I also was hazmat. I was 1 Henry 15. I am not going to give my address. So I'm going to try my best to cover that up. There is my credentials for hazmat. I can take this out of here. Come on, you cotton picker. This is in a badge wallet. It has the swipe on the back so it can be read by law enforcement. It gives all of my amateur radio criteria on the bottom. I'll show you the top part of it. Hazardous materials, hazmat. You know what that means? CBRNE, do you know what that means? Anybody out there know what that means? Yes, Abe was in it 15 years after I was in it. So I was in it prior to Abe, 15 years prior to Abe. Okay? The bottom part of it, in its picture ID, gives my amateur radio qualifications. So for those that want to sit and say I'm a liar, you can kiss my ass, you're full of shit. And if you don't like that, you can still kiss my ass because you're full of shit. So Karen, kiss my ass. If you want to see the badge again, there's the badge. And what makes it real is this right here. What makes it real right there. And it's S-E-R-T, not C-E-R-T. It's not community. It's Sheriff's Emergency Response Team. This started out as, my membership in this started out as hazmat. And then Sheriff Don Gasparini is the guy that gave me that badge. And it's a 6-point star. And again, it's got my badge number right there, 15, Winnebago County, state of Illinois. There you go. So for anybody that wants to say I'm full of shit and I don't know what I'm talking about and I'm a liar, pucker up, buttercup, kiss my ass. I know what I did. I know what Abe did too. I used to go out and talk to Abe when he was out there in the black and white unit running around. Crap, I forgot to turn the light off. You guys know what this is? You know what this is? You know what that is? You know what that is? You're not going to get a real good look at that. You know what this is? You know what this is? This is for the honor guard. Honor guard. See that? Honor guard. Honor guard. See that? This is not mine. I did not earn this. My son-in-law earned this. So, anyway, you got to turn around without hitting the walls, man. I keep banging in the walls. I got my old wheelchair back. Yes, Trump said, you're absolutely correct. This community has the dishonor guard. You got that. You got that crap right. You got that right. Dishonor guard is exactly what this community has. Oh, you want to see Abe's? Abe wants me to show his police patches. I can do that. I've got one. I've got one. I had two of mine for Winnebago County. And let me just say this. You see the blue? See the blue on this patch? The blue on the patch, the color blue, had to wear baseball caps back then. And this was, the blue was the color of the shirt. And they went right there, just below your shoulder bone. One on each arm. Anyway. There's Abe's. What does that say on the top? Does it say security guard? It says Rockford University, so says it up here, and it says it down this way. I'll move it up a little bit. Rockford University. What does this say? What's this word, people? Does that say guard? This is Abe's. This is not mine. This is Abe's patch. You won't find that patch to buy it. And his badge number was 11981. There you go. Dust. God, I got dust up my, you know what. There you go. No, Abe was not a guard. He was a police officer. Did you see guard on the top? This is Abe's. Do you see guard on the top, Unholy? What's this word right here? What is that word? Does it say guard? A student patrol patch. Yeah, this other one, yeah. This is a police patch. Do you see the police? Rockford University. Police. Police and public safety. And if you look, I got to back up here. I'm telling you, man, I killed these walls. Look at this. I killed the walls. See that? See that? See that side? Oh. Kill these walls with wheelchairs. This house is not made for a wheelchair. And this is my wheelchair, the one that I had to wait for 16 to well, it was 6 to 8 weeks So it was, I had to wait for 16 weeks to get this goddamn wheelchair back. Just saying. Yeah, it's Rockford University. Rockford University. You know, this is what Flying Monkey doxed on him. Because Flying Monkey's such a lovely lady. Yes, it says police on it. It absolutely frickin' does. It ran from 2017 to 2021. I'm just saying. I've been out at Rockford University. I have talked to him. He drove a black and white squad car. He had a cage in the back. He had lights on the top. What do you people want? Do you think he's got this tattooed on his genitalia? No. Absolutely. And it said the same thing. It said the same thing on my patch for Winnebago County. And that is that blue and red patch has the emblem that we used back then. That's just, I didn't pick it. I didn't design it. This is mine. What does this say? Guard? Does that say guard? Sheriffs, police? Winnebago County? That's Illinois. Down in Oregon, that's just down. I'm not talking about Oregon State. I'm talking about the town of Oregon in Illinois. They have a huge ass statue down there. And I think that's where they took that from. I don't know. I didn't design it. I didn't draw it. I don't know. It just is what it is. Again, this is Abe's. Rockford, see there, Rockford University. Then it says in the center, around the center, Rockford University. That doesn't say security guard, does it? Abe's, he was police officer. And you won't buy one of them. You won't buy one of them patches. That's why I've only got one. I'm just saying. Anyhow, I have something that I'm quite proud of. And this is for the YouTube side, if I can reach it. I don't know. I've got a smoking stand and a chair sitting here. Oh, come on. Yeah, well, maybe, hey, Trump said maybe that's what they do. I don't know. I don't do that. I don't have a sock account, so I couldn't tell you. I have channels. I don't have a sock account. You see that? What is this, guys? Does anybody know what this is? Look at the back. I'm trying to hold it out straight. I can't see the screen. Yeah, there you go. You guys know what this is? Free Padilla on it. That's the front. This is the back. Hey, Keith, how you doing? Yep, that's an Eric Brandt t-shirt. You bet your sweet Biffy that's what that is. How you doing, Keith? Eric, this came from Eric Brandt. I've got the button too. I've got the fuck the cops button on the top. And I know that might sound kind of sickening or weird because I was law enforcement, but I liked Eric Brandt. And I was in law enforcement over 35 years ago. So I'll put that back up later. Oh. So yeah, he's now in prison. I'm glad you're doing good, Keith. Glad you're doing good. Yeah, he had a flag. I don't have a flag. All I've got is who made it? I don't know unless it was Eric Brandt that made it. It's an Eric Brandt t-shirt. Yeah. Just saying. I don't know. Dumbass Karen Crud says he ran me off of YouTube. Ain't nobody run me off. I just been busy. I've been running to two different freaking casinos. Are you kidding me? Put this over there. This is my oilcloth. And Karen Crud says, my husband raped and molested my granddaughter. He's a motherfucking liar. That's what he is. I'm sorry. That's the only way I can put it. My husband died on his 65th birthday. If my husband, oh, hell no, I never win big, man. All I do is friggin' donate. The last time it was, the last two times I went was $400 each. So, yeah. This is my husband when I met him. And I can't see the screen, so I hope you guys can see it. And he had a nickname of Grumpy. There he is 6 months before his bone cancer diagnosis. And then I have another picture down at the bottom of that picture when he died. 6 months right before he passed, and I'm not going to show you that. And he sits on top of his ashes. So I think I'm going to have him buried, and I'm going to be buried alongside him in a special cemetery. He did a hell of a ton of stuff for his community. He climbed the tower, put up hardline and the antenna on the top of the public safety building, the old public safety building downtown Rockford. A funny memory? Oh, man. I got a really funny memory. It wasn't anything really funny that he did, but it proved what liars there are in amateur radio. We were driving the canteen around. I was driving the canteen around, me and another guy, and we were handing out. This is in the wintertime. We were handing out hot coffee, hot chocolate, and hot sandwiches from a canteen. Canteen's like a big Winnebago, okay? That's what I'm going to tell them about, Abe. Every time you'd start that damn thing up and go to run it and use the radio, use the amateur radios or the police radio. There's a police radio in there too. Every time you go to use it, you'd have all this. It was an alternator whine. I don't know how else to describe it. It's an alternator whine. All it took was a capacitor. Just took a capacitor. You had to put a capacitor in to fix it. And I got tired of it. And I said, all we can hear on the damn radio is alternator whine on either radio, police band or amateur radio. I said, can you go downstairs and find me a capacitor, 12-volt capacitor? I says, get a nice sized one. I don't know. I said, I'll bring a soldering iron down and put the damn thing in there. One of the other guys who's dead now, Paul Plasters. So I'll give you his name, Paul Plasters. He had stolen from, he worked at Sunstrands on Harrison Avenue and that was the side, Alpine, Harrison and Alpine. He worked at the main plant. He stole aviation wire and wired that in with aviation wire, airplane wire. And broker of peace, welcome to the stream. You closed your other account. Okay. Anyway, yeah, he didn't borrow it. He flat stole it. That's what he did, is he stole it. Wasn't the only thing he stole from there. It wasn't the only bad thing that he did to those people too. When they went on strike, I can tell you some of that. And he thought he was a really big guy for doing this. Just a wonderful human being for doing this crap. Told Bob, I says, I got to get a soldering iron and a cleaner and some acid in that acid, cream acid. I said, I'll wire that capacitor in there. He says, what time are you going to have the canteen back? I says, well, it's not going to be long because I says, we've about handed out everything that we've got. And what they would hand out to these people would be, they would go to these sandwich machines. The vendor would go to the sandwich machines, and when they were within a day of expiration, they would pull those sandwiches out and put new sandwiches in with a more updated expiration date on them. Used Best Buy crap. And he said, when are you going to have it back down there? And we took it down to the garage and kept it down in the garage. And I gave him the time, and he met us down there, and it took him about 5 minutes, and he stuck that in there. There was no more alternator whine because that's what it needed. Now, my husband was deaf. He wore hearing aids in both ears. Here's a funny story. You want a funny story? He wore glasses. He was a plumber by trade, master plumber by trade. He went down and took a hearing test, and he used to work when he was 19. He worked in 18 or 19. They hired him at, God, I can't remember the name of the outfit. I could take you to the company, but I can't remember the name of the company right offhand. He ran headers. If you know what a header is, he made screws out of basic bundled up wires, and it's basically like a punch press, kind of, sort of, only it made screws. Thank you so much, Trump said. Nikki R, hi. Thanks for the thumbs up. I appreciate it. Anyway, he went down and he had just got new glasses, and that's when they came out. The first time I'd ever seen a pair of glasses with the bifocals down here. He had trifocals down here. He had trifocals up here. And I looked at them glasses. I said, what? And then he had, regular prescription glass in the center. And I said, that was his work glasses. And I said, what the hell how are them going to work? He says, because I'm looking up over my head, working over my damn head. All I got to do is raise my eyes. I don't got to do this to try to see what I'm doing. Or I can look down and see it too. Anyway, he had to go in for a hearing test. He lost his hearing. He started to go deaf when he was 18, 19. And then went in the service, went into the Air Force. And by the way, he wasn't drafted. He got out in 65, 66, somewhere in there. I'd have to look at his DD-214 to tell you for sure what his outage. And he had two DD-214s. He had one for in the country, one from out of the country. And I don't know why the hell, if they still do it that way, I couldn't tell you. If they don't do it that way, I couldn't tell you. Anyway, he goes down and he gets a hearing test. So he orders one hearing aid. And I said, well, how did your other ear test out? Well, he says, it's garbage too. I said, so you can't hear out the other ear either? He said, no. I said, well, I got a great idea, Bob. He said, what's that? I said, next time you go in for glasses, just get one lens. Have no lens in one side. Just get one lens. Cheaper that way, right? I mean, these are prescription, right? Right? So save some money. Just get one lens. What eye you want? You only need one hearing aid because it's, and I mean, they were expensive back then. Mine are hell of expensive, and my insurance doesn't cover a dime of it. His insurance didn't cover a dime of it. And he had what was known as a prime policy back then. So there's the funny part about Bob. There's a funny story about him. I said, you just get one lens. Get one lens. You don't need two. You got two eyes, but you only need one lens. You got two ears. You only need one hearing aid. Right? He bought two hearing aids. Yep. Yep. Why are you not seeing anybody's comments? Well, I don't know. I can see comments in there. I can see all kinds of comments in there. I got stuff sitting here on the floor from my daughter on the carpet. So, and I keep running over this other thing. I gotta shut this thing. This sun's killing me until it goes down a little bit more. There we go. Can I tell you a story that Abe's talking about? I don't know. What are you talking about, Abe? Tell him about the airport class with Jim Alsop. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That was in Wheaton, Illinois. That's where they split the atom. I don't remember the name of the company, but that's where they split the atom. It was in Wheaton, Illinois. This was over the Plainfield tornado. Jim Alsop was the guy that was supposed to put out, he worked in Romeoville. He was supposed to put out tornado watches, tornado warnings, thunderstorm watches, thunderstorm warnings. Now, there's a difference between a watch and a warning, guys. So there's over 300 people in here. And I had reported, as I stated, I reported the storm, the big thunderstorm with a huge anvil. I mean, that was huge. God, I could still remember seeing that anvil in the front of that storm, where it developed a tornado south of Rockford, about 1 mile from my house. It was confirmed by a police officer that was over on South Main and Airport Drive. The only thing in that separated the two was a river, Kishwaukee River. The Kishwaukee River, okay? He saw it too. He was close. Well, he wasn't any closer to it than I was. I was closer to it. But in order to be able to report anything like that, you always had to have the report and a confirmation from somebody. If you couldn't get a confirmation, then they wouldn't even take the report. I had been given a number. 125 was my number through the National Weather Service, the NWS. That was my spotter number. I used to teach classes, man. I used to teach classes. Used to teach weather classes, among other things. I've taught Morse code. I've taught all kinds of stuff. So we're at the Greater Rockford Airport. We're at the Greater Rockford Airport. This is when Abe met me. And we're in this. There's like 300 people in this. And there was Anton Simone that was up on stage. Jim Alsop was up on stage. And they had the big bullshit meeting of, what happened with the Plainfield tornado and this, that, and something else. I guess this is why people get it mixed up. Because this was not the Plainfield tornado that I reported. It was a reported tornado from the same thunderstorm that produced the Plainfield tornado. Okay, so get it straight in your head, people. Don't mix the two of them up. We're sitting in this. There's like 300 people there. We're in the auditorium. And these guys are coming up on stage. And they're standing up there, and Anton Simone, he was a little young French guy. I can still see the little worm. And Jim Alsop. And Jim Alsop's up on the stage, and Anton Simone's standing right next to him. And he says, well, Rockford dropped the ball. That's what happened. Rockford dropped the ball on the Plainfield tornado. If Rockford would have done their thing and done it right, we wouldn't have lost the lives that we lost in Plainfield. And he got all done talking with this little bullshit speech. And then this Anton Simone got done running his mouth, little French guy, got done running his mouth. And it came to question and answer time. And he says, we're going to open this up now for a session for questions and answers. Anybody have any questions? And I raised my hand. He called on me. And I said, you told this audience that Rockford dropped the ball, that nobody reported that tornado, that when it was south of the Greater Rockford Airport. Is that correct? Yep. He says, that's right. If we would have got the report, Rockford wouldn't have dropped the ball. We wouldn't have lost all those lives. I said, you're a goddamn liar, sir. I was there. I was there at the Weather Bureau, and I'm the one that reported that tornado that was south of the Greater Rockford Airport in that thunderhead that went straight to Plainfield and produced the Plainfield tornado. And I said, you're a liar. Because I showed the guy at the Weather Bureau, and now his frickin' name escapes me, the guy at the Weather Bureau. I showed him, right? I drove from my house in I lived south of Rockford. I drove into the Greater Rockford Airport, into the Weather Bureau. Ron Fields worked in the Weather Bureau. That's his name, Ron Fields. He worked in the Weather Bureau. And I told him what I saw. He said where it was a big white screen. Big white screen, wide. Jesus God, it was like 3 foot wide, 4 or 5 foot tall. It was in the Weather Bureau station there. The Weather Bureau, you had 2 driveways for the Greater Rockford Airport. You had the north and the south. It was on the south drive. Made a big U, just like that. So you had a north one and they had a south drive. The Weather Bureau was on the south, right off the south drive. I drove in there. I drove in there. And I told him what I saw. There was a red phone in that office. Back in them days, you had the dial. You didn't have the touch tone phones yet. You had a dial phone. So it was just like a regular office desk rotary phone with a cradle on the top. Yeah, you're welcome, Unholy. He picked up the red phone because I showed him. I put my finger right on it. He had a clear plastic overlay of the counties. I couldn't look at that crap and tell you where the hell the counties were. And all he had it was all outlined. Just a black, it was like a marker line, black marker on this big piece of clear plastic, hard plastic. He laid it up where it goes. I said, I'll show you exactly where I saw it. And I saw Ogle County. I saw Winnebago County. I said, it was right there, right there. Put my finger right on it. He picked up the red phone. It was a direct line to Romeoville. Okay. Who do you think was on the other end in Romeoville? Who did I say it was? Jim Alsap, right? When you picked up that phone, and I couldn't do it. I didn't have authorization to touch it. I ain't about to touch it. But Ron Fields had authorization. He picked it up. It's a direct line to Romeoville. And he told him, I've got an advanced spotter, spotted a tornado, gave him the coordinates, told him she came in. She's in my office now. She put her finger right on where it was. He told me, he says, it's right next to Ogle County. Winnebago County goes down, and then Ogle County picks up. It was right there in Ogle County, right at the end. Right there. There's the story. I don't know. I've told it. I don't know how many damn times. As far as I know, I have never, ever, ever have I ever told a variance of that story. Yeah, it was for internal use only. It was a red emergency phone. He picked up the handheld thing off the cradle that you hold at your ear and speak in, and it gives you a direct connection to Jim Alsop. Okay? And he was in Romeoville. Alsop was the one that was supposed to put out the watches and the warnings. A watch is a watch. It means something could develop. The chances are okay, you know. It could go into bad weather, storm, whatever. If it's a thunderstorm watch, whatever. Warning. A warning is the conditions are absolutely right, and it's going to develop, and boom, you're going to get it. And that's when they would sound off the sirens. The siren that would sound off that was south of Winnebago County into Ogle County came from the power plant that was in Ogle County. I lived a little over 10 miles away from that power plant, but you could always hear that siren that would go off, and they would set the sirens off for warnings, for a tornado warning, not for thunderstorm warning, but for a tornado warning, they would put it out. That's for a warning. That means, it means just exactly what the word says. I'm warning you, it's coming. That's how you keep it straight in your head. Yep, this kind of a phone. There you go. See the two little black phones on the bottom? So I told this man, I says, you're a goddamn liar, sir. I said, I know damn good and well that was reported because I'm the one that reported it. What's your name? And I gave him my name. My name's Diana White. Oh, you just wrecked my weekend. And he turned around and walked off stage. Now, there was 300 people in there, over 300 people in there. They had seating for 300 people in there. I went to where they split the atoms in Wheaton. Went up there and we did classes up there for severe weather training. I mean, I got so many of these damn certificates, I could tape them up on the wall and make wallpaper out of them. I still can. I've taught these classes. I've taught people this is what you do and this is what you don't do. You go out when you want, and they didn't have a lot of spotters back then before the Plainfield tornado. They just didn't. Nobody wanted to do it. But then the movie Twister came out. Now everybody's wanting to jump into it. Now they all want to do it. Okay, fine. You want to be a spotter? This is what I tell them. You want to be a spotter? You're going to take the basic class, and then you're going to take the severe class, the severe weather class. I says, you are going to decide where you want to go. This isn't the way Denny Lally would do it. Denny Lally would tell you, you're going here, and you can't leave till I tell you you can leave. I told these people, ignore him. Ignore him. Find out where you want to go, where you want to spot from. Do it in good weather. And look for an out. Don't fix a spot on a hill where you only got one road going up. Make sure that you've got an out. I've been out in these and they've been so damn bad. The lightning's been so damn bad. I've had a deer run into the side of my car. Lightning so bad, so severe that it's coming down banging all the way around me. I couldn't even open my eyes. What good are you going to do? You've got to get back away from it. You want to be within 1 to 2 miles away from that. You don't want to be sitting in the middle of it. You've got to have an out. So, but we've had classes in Wheaton, Illinois, in where they split the atom. I can't remember the name of the company, but that's where they first split the atom. And we got to go through and they gave us a big tour through that. Yeah, yes, plants use it, 4-tier emergency planning. Yeah, sure they do. Sure they do. So it's getting too dark in here. I got to turn the light on. I can open the sun's still out. If I open that thing, it's going to be too bright. So we'll go with this. But I heard Emo mention something about a baby and a tree. You were talking about unholy. I went into Plainfield in the days after. It was the weekend after the Plainfield tornado. I don't know what date is the 28th of August. What day of the week is it in 1990? That weekend, we went in through the Salvation Army. I was a volunteer through Salvation Army. And we went in, and I looked at the devastation. You wouldn't believe the devastation. It's not the same as looking at a picture, looking at those smashed up houses. They had backhoes in there and Caterpillar tractors in there. They had wood piled up in huge piles, and then they'd set them on fire. You had to have a permit to get in there. I was in there that weekend. It was on a Friday, I do believe. Went in there that weekend. I talked to a police officer. You look and you walk up, you see something, you see the side of a house, you see all this devastation in the center. And it's like you take a string and snap string on both sides of the devastation. And the houses are fine on the other side of that string. Walked up and I looked at a house, looked like it was growing fur. What in the hell is that? And I trespassed on these people's property. And this is when they had the old shingles that were like shit this tall. They were fiberboard. They're not wood, they're fiberboard shingles. And I walked up and looked, and I touched it, and it was real short. It looked just like hair. And it broke off. It was dried blades of grass stuck into that siding. I talked to this cop when he let us in. He told the truckload that we were in, that I was in, where we could go. We only had designated areas we could go in. Looked up at the other side, across from this house, looked up at the other side, and here's a brick building. No bricks on the front of the building. No rooms on the front of the building. You're looking into the house. And it was an old house. I know you people have seen them. It's just like the closet's like a regular doorway, and then they hang a curtain across it. That's what was up there. And a bed laying there, sitting there, all made. House cut in half. No bricks on the front of it. No wall on the front of it. So I'm talking to this cop. And I asked him, how many fatalities were there? Then we were talking. And he had checked our credentials that we could get in there. We had permission to go in there, because you couldn't just go in there because of the looting. You wouldn't believe people loot. People that have lost everything, they'll go in and steal anything they can steal. Believe it or not. I said to this cop, I said, how many fatalities, how far over does it go, and this and that, something else. And I said, how many kids? How many kids? And he said there was the old witch that flies the broom, who thinks she knows everything, that doxes everybody, says, oh, she's always got a story about a baby in a tree. Yeah, that's what the cop told me. And he showed me the tree. It was a great big huge oak tree. Had a big tree coming up like this, and then you had going off to the side, branches going off, parts of the trees, like two trees in one. Right in the crock of the tree, the cop said there was a baby, still swaddled tight in its blankets, that didn't have a scratch on it. And the cop and I were talking. Cop says, how in the hell can anything be that strong to look at this subdivision? There's nothing left but holes and lumber. How can it be that strong? But pick a baby up out of its bed and lay it down in a crotch of a tree and not hurt it, not unwrap the clothing, not unwrap the blankets. And I told him, I don't know. I met the guy, Dr. Fujita. He made the F scale. You've heard of F1 tornadoes, F2s, F3s, F4s, F5s. He was Japanese, had a really heavy brogue. I had a hard time understanding him. Over at this, I think it was over at this thing in Wheaton. I think Fujita was over there. He was not at the Greater Rockford Airport. He was over there in Wheaton, up on the stage. And he had a glass case. It was probably, I'm guessing here, maybe 6 foot tall, 4 foot each side. Front and back and both ends were like 4 foot long. He made the F scale. He said on stage, he says, in the beginning, I was going to make it from 1 to 100, but there wouldn't be anything left at 100. So I figured, okay, we'll knock it down. We'll make it 1 to 10, F1 to F10. He said there wouldn't be anything left at F10. So he made it F1 to F5. I actually got to shake the man's hand. I got to shake his hand. Couldn't hardly understand a damn word he said, but he had this glass case. See what happens? See what happens when you're in a wheelchair not paying attention? What a mess. Not too bad. He had this glass case. And this was at this place in Wheaton. There was, I guess, the baby was not in the tree when I was there. The cop was telling me what they had found. I asked him how many kids died, how many adults died. And then he told me that the police department had found a baby in that old oak tree. In the oak tree, there wasn't any leaves left on the tree. But the trunk was there, and then the two parts of the tree going up, and there was a big crotch right there in the center. And he said it was right there. How did they know? I guess they found it. That's before I ever got there. That's after the Plainfield tornado had hit, and they went in looking for survivors. I guess somebody saw it, cop or somebody saw it. I'm assuming a cop saw it. He was the one that had all the information about it. Well, how would he have the information, all this particular information, without being, his department being involved in it? So, and they are known, police officers are known as first responders. Hazmat people are first responders. Ambulance people are first responders. For the fun of knowing it. But in Illinois is known as police and public safety. Look it up. Public safety is police. Look it up. Don't take my word for it. So anyway, Emo, you're full of shit. You're a fool. Yeah, absolutely. And the fire department even have MABUS. I was a firefighter too. I don't know if I still got that. I made a copy. It's got to be in this mess somewhere. Maybe not. I don't know. Anyway, I have a certificate that hangs on my wall. That's the certificate, and you can't see it for the frickin' light. No, I got to turn one light off. Wait a minute. And it's from the IFSI. The IFSI keeps track of all people with badges and firefighters and all that crap. See if you can see it now. No, you still can't frickin' see it. I don't know. Maybe if I get out a little bit farther, but you're not going to be able to read it. I've got a copy of it around here somewhere. There it is. It's that one right there. It's from the IFSI. That's the big TV, and then the wall behind it, and then look at that. Ugh. It's right up. It's right there. That's the certificate. It's from the IFSI. That was an F5 tornado. Yes, the Plainfield tornado was an F5. IFSI stands for the Illinois Fire Service Institute, University of Illinois. That's where I got my license. The University of Illinois. I went to the university in Chicago, in the University of Illinois in Chicago. That is signed. My name is on it. It's for hazmat and firefighter. So I've done that too. Yeah, now they use the EF, but back then they used F scale. It was the F scale, F1 to F5, and they take that on how much damage has been done. Doesn't have anything to do with the size of the tornado. It's how much damage has been done. That's the way it used to be. I don't know anymore. I'm 74. I don't know anymore. I actually have. They say there's never been a tornado. Oh, good. The sun's done. There's never been a tornado in Arizona? Bullshit. I've got one on a handy cam. How about that? You still can't read that. But this thing it's got a pink sheriff's or firefighter badge on it. Not sheriff's, firefighter badge on it. Damn, I wish you guys could see that. You can see the pink. There you can see the pink. It's right there. But that light is killing everything. All right, let's try something else. Let's try this light. We'll see if I got spooks tonight. That light has 2 bulbs in it. And they're brand new bulbs. See that? There's 2 bulbs in that. And those are the low voltage bulbs. I got one that comes on and goes off, and it's only one. Comes on and goes off, comes on and goes off, comes on and goes off. Now, you're not going to be able to see it, I don't think. I think it's too dark. Yeah, you can't see it. You can't see it. I'll have to, I don't know, I have to get my grandson tomorrow. I'll get my grandson to take a picture of that. So you can see it. It's got my name on it. Got the ear on it. So I have done quite a bit for my community. Just saying. What have you done? And not been paid for. Not been paid for. That's the hitch. What have you done for your community that you weren't paid to do? I've done it for Air Force, United States Air Force. I did it for frickin' years. Years. I can't even count the years. I know when I quit. I quit when my husband passed. I couldn't take it anymore. I could not. I had to be alone. There's times in your life you're going to need to be alone. Unholy, you feed a food, you run a food pantry that helps feed people. You don't get paid, right? Volunteer work? But I commend you and I thank you for running the food pantry. whether you're paid or not paid. It's called a blessing box. Good deal. Good deal. Good deal. I did USAF Mars 7 days a week. Every day. For years. Years. Never got a dime for it. Wouldn't take a dime for it. You can't see my clouds. Thank you for thanking me, Unholy. Yep, I did the Salvation Army thing until I saw the corruption. I'm not saying there's corruption in it now. I'm saying it was full of corruption back then. And I walked from the Salvation Army thing because it was full of corruption. You donate stuff. I took, like when my mother passed. My father passed first. My father passed in 81. March of 81. My mother passed in 1986. My mother and my dad were almost married for almost 50 years. They didn't quite make it. When I went through her house, I took down I took all the clothes out of her closets. She had my dad's white shirts, his suit he was buried in, white shirt he was buried in, new socks, stuff like that. But he had dress shirts. He had other suits. I had his other suits cleaned. Took them to a cleaners and had them cleaned. I took all of his regular dress shirts, slacks that could be washed. They didn't have to be dry cleaned. They could be washed. Took all of my mother's dresses, blouses, skirts, washed every one of them. Ironed every piece. Put everything on a hanger. Took it down to the Salvation Army. My husband had a pickup truck with a camper shell on the back. And it was cleaned. On the inside, it was clean. I went ahead and vacuumed that out. He put up a couple of bars on each side and then 2 more bars through the center. And they had about that much space in between the hangers. I don't mean hanging this way. I mean width, hanger width. About that much space in between each one of those bars he put up for a hanger width. Hung everything up. I washed and ironed everything that was hung up. I had my mother's clothes and my dad's clothes separated. Had her dress clothes, coats, all that stuff. Everything was dry cleaned that had to be dry cleaned. Everything else was washed and ironed. And I did it. Took it down to the Salvation Army. You know what they did? Guy got in the back and he just started ripping hangers out the back. And he threw it over in a pile on the ground. He emptied the whole back of that damn truck like that. Threw it all on the ground. Yeah, if I can remember it, if I talk to King 9, I'll tell him too. One stop. Abe, try and tell him that. Please. Aye, aye, sir. Yeah. So anyway. Geez, we've had so much wind here, my damn one parrot's crooked. I don't know if I dare do this. I better wait. Look at my parrot's crooked, one of them. See how crooked he is from the wind? Pretty crazy. You're welcome, one stop. But that's what the man did. The guy that was running it, I don't know if Abe wants me to tell this, but I'm going to tell it anyway. I'm not going to tell you the guy's name, but he was married, had a brand spanking new condo, brand spanking new. Every appliance in that place was brand spanking new. Every piece of furniture in that place was brand spanking new. And him and his wife lived there, but his wife wasn't very, how can I say this? How do I say this? Monogamous? Because his wife was out in the living room. Abe was sitting in the, this is after I know Abe pretty good. Abe was sitting in the living room eating a dish of ice cream. They asked me if I wanted a bowl of ice cream. I said, no, thank you. And Abe was sitting right to my right. He was sitting right over here, right next to me. And I looked to my left, and right at the doorway, I could see right out into about half the kitchen. Guess what his wife was doing? With some guy. They were playing hide the ice cube down the guy's pants, down the front of the woman's dress. And then he'd reach up underneath her dress and pull her underwear out and drop an ice cube down in her underwear. Yes, officers of the Salvation Army they were. And after that, I took all those clean iron clothes in there and all dry cleanable. I mean, I had coats in there with mink collars on them. And that has to be dry cleaned. They had to take the mink collars off, send the mink collars out to get them done, and then put them back on. Threw them on the ground, on the dirt. And after seeing that, them playing hide the ice cube, because I took Abe and I bumped his elbow, and he looked at me. He says, "What?" I said, "Look." And he looked, and then Abe just looked right back down. Abe didn't want to see it. Yeah, they came from Michigan. Yep. That was years and years ago. I was done with the Salvation Army. Yep, they were a younger couple. Yep. I didn't want anything else to do with the Salvation Army. Red Cross is another one I won't have anything to do with, and I won't donate to them. Yeah, 2005. Yeah. And my husband passed in 2006. What can I say? Yeah, now you can see some clouds. There's some clouds. No rain today. But we got some nasty crap coming. That's going to be, this is west of me. There's some nasty crap that's west of me. That is southwest. Yeah, stuff happens. The Red Cross in there at the Plainfield tornado aftermath. Again, I wasn't there for the tornado. I was there that weekend. Went all 3 days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Mo Bolte was the guy that was in charge of our group being signed up. And got all the permits for law enforcement so we could get in there. You can't just go in there. I can't believe people will go in there and just frickin' steal stuff, but they do. They frickin' do it. I saw a guy standing in there. He had a toddler underneath his right arm, walking like this around a hole in the ground. That was his basement. and he's looking at the ground, looking for anything, any kind of pictures or anything that still belong to him. But to think people would go in there and steal stuff is just something else. But that's what they do. That's what people do. Yeah, you want to come up? I'll post the link. If I can remember how. Jesus. Let me see here. Get rid of this. I guess we'll choose that one. What the hell? I'll post the link if I can remember how, guys. If I can remember how. It's been so damn long. Paste. Now I got to get on the YouTube side. Ooh, this is going to be fun. I got to get on the YouTube side. Let me get rid of that. Abe has a new channel, by the way. If he'd like that out, he can put that out. I'm not going to put that out. I'm going to have an 8th channel. My channel is going to be a copycat of his, only it's going to be with my info. Let me pull up YouTube here. There I am. Make this big. There we go. Oh, this is not going to let me do it. It says report or block. Are you kidding me? Report or block? No. I don't want to report myself. I haven't done anything wrong. I don't think. Yeah, hurricanes are really bad too. So anyway, people, I have gone to the University of Illinois. There he is.
Hi, good evening. How are you?
Hey, I'm just finer than frog here. How about you?
I'm great. I was, as a reminder, I wanted to tell everyone in the chat, you can learn a lot from people if you're not trolling them. And I mean that because there's a guy that was trolling me for a long time. And I learned from this guy last night that he actually is quite knowledgeable in something that, you and I are both into. So you can be amazed what you can learn from people if you just take the time. So anyways, yeah. So, well, hey, go ahead.
I straightened it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So, let's see here. Oh, you gotta, that's weird. I don't see your 3.0 with a wrench on it. Or your 4.0. Did you wrench yourself?
No.
I wonder why I'm not seeing him on the YouTube side, though. I see it on the StreamYard. Anyway, I don't know. That's weird. I know Wiley used to help you with all that stuff a long time ago and stuff, but anyway.
And it's been so damn long, Abe, since I've done this that, I know I got to be on the YouTube side.
Yeah, you went live one. Oh, you know why I'm seeing your other channels? Because you're live streaming across 3 channels. So it's going to post across all 3 of them because you're simulcasting.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's up. Now I get it. All right. So anyway, this being your show and your channel, what would you like to discuss here? I could talk to anything you like. If you want to talk about the Plainfield tornado, surge, whatever it is, we can talk whatever you want.
How about a little bit of both? You take your pick of which subject you want.
I'll tell you what, since it's your show, I'll let you pick what you want to go with first.
Well, let's talk about the Plainfield tornado first.
All right. So, not a problem. I've read the after action report. I know others. I heard Paul Fullerton mentioned he read it once. It's kind of watered down, condensed. There is a more thorough analysis of it that can be obtained. But, anyways, so the Plainfield tornado, I remember that. I was 9 years old. It was the year you joined the CERT team, actually. So there's hand in hand right there, right?
Yeah.
Thanks to Rick Crude for doxing your badge and helping you authenticate it, like Flying Monkey did mine about a month earlier, we actually have to do a shout out and thank them for validating it on YouTube.
Yeah.
So anyway, the Plainfield tornado was a worst case scenario. A lot of the lives that were lost, the hundreds that were wounded, could have been minimized had the proper warning gone out. And another thing that was not done was a tornado watch back then that should have been issued earlier in that day.
Mm-hmm.
So basically what happened that day was you had all these ingredients come into play. And to make severe weather, you have to have like 4 primary ingredients. You have to have heat, humidity, and instability in the atmosphere. Now, weather, which occurs in the troposphere, right below the stratosphere, is what we're looking at here. Now, what decides whether or not a severe thunderstorm warning is issued versus a watch box is issued rather than tornado? And pretty much the primary ingredient that's going to make that determination, although not the only one, is called wind shear, lift.
Yeah.
So the jet stream gives us those mid to upper, the subtropic jets, and we need those. We need to get that vertical wind shear really going in the air, the warm and the cool air mixing along a low and high pressure frontal boundary, right along that trough. So, not a meteorologist, but I've studied this in school. So, meteorologists use a form of very complex calculus algebra equations, and it's a unit of measure that they will use, and they'll map that out. Even in 1990, they did this, and they use more weather balloons, of course, back then too. They still use weather balloons today, but it's called CAPE, and that stands for Convective Area Potential Energy. And what CAPE tells us is what are the primary hotspots within the country or region that we need to look at for development of severe weather. Then we need to take a look at everything going on and see what type of hazards might exist that day. And those CAPE values tell us that. They're measured in joules per kilogram, or capital J / lowercase kg, King Golf. And the day of the Plainfield tornado, we had CAPE values that were through the roof. They were around 8,000, 7,000 to 8,000. So we had a setup in place there for something major to go on in northern Illinois. Now, what we had that day, that storm was called a derecho supercell. What is a derecho supercell? That is a severe thunderstorm complex that maintains and intensifies for hundreds of miles, and it's trekking along the way. And that storm came from the northwest around Wisconsin Dells. What the YouTubers fail to understand, it's not everyone's fault. It's because trolls they'll deliberately tell the wrong story about what your account of what you saw that day and what I saw that day. I was 9 years old. Now, you saw that ominous green, orange sky going on.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw that storm coming down just like you did. I just didn't know all exactly I was looking at, but I do remember seeing the rotation, the spinning. Even at 9 years old, I'm like, that's usually what tornadoes do. So what happened that day, what you just stated, along bypass 20, is the tornado, the rotating wall cloud And right above that wall cloud is a mesocyclone. And usually before that is a clear slot. And then you have what's called RFD, which is the rear flank downdraft. You're mixing cold and warm air in there. And it's a rotating column of wind. And it pulls down along the frontal boundary. Now, in the rear flank, where the wall cloud is going to be towards that rear. But as the storm is pushing along that frontal boundary, rather, you might have what's called a QLCS tornado, but that's not what happened here. So that's a quasi-linear convective system, and what all that means is that those are tornadoes that form spontaneous along the frontal boundary. You'll have a shelf cloud there, and you'll have, of course, the outflow, the cold air coming right ahead of that frontal boundary there. And it'll spawn. It can spawn some tornadoes. It's called tornado genesis, or how we develop tornadoes. So this was not one of those, though. So not getting too technical with that one. It's just that storm system dropped a confirmed twister that was short-lived off of bypass 20, and we to this day would never have even known that, except we had a report from one train spotter, and the one single train spotter reported in the field. Yes. And then there was a sheriff's deputy on patrol that saw it too and radioed it in. So, anyways,
that was the confirmation from the report that I made.
Yes, but that report unfortunately didn't make it where it was supposed to go that day. So. At least that's the story we're getting on it. You guys reported it, and then they just didn't take the appropriate action with even when it was in Winnebago County, Illinois. Winnebago County is right there on the Illinois-Wisconsin border, about 20 miles south of Beloit, about 70 or so miles northwest of Chicagoland, just to give you an idea where it's at. It's like the fourth largest city in Illinois, the Rockford metro area, that is. Ogle County, which is right to the south of it, I think is one of the largest square mile counties in the state. So anyways, that storm was going southeast from northwest, from around the Wisconsin Dells. And as it was over just outside of Rockford there in bypass 20, it dropped a brief tornado.
Yep.
That's the tornado that you saw and the deputy saw. I saw the rotation. I saw like at least 3 or 4 little funnels from where I was at that day. It was after school let out, and I didn't see the tornado though. Not from my vantage point. No. So,
but it was moving northeast from my location. I lived farther south.
Correct. That's right. Yes, it was.
Airports. That's the difference.
From your vantage point.
Yeah.
So, but anyways, that tornado that was brief, I think it was rated as like an EF2 or something. What it did is it knocked a fire hydrant out, and the water started shooting all over the place, and nobody knew what the hell that was going on. And they're like, what happened here? And then with those reports that finally started to come out, this is 1990. We don't have smartphones and iPhones and Androids and any of this stuff back then.
No cameras.
So, no, just analog Polaroids and camcorders. That's it.
Yeah.
So nothing digital, no. So this was 34 years ago. So anyways, that is the tornado. I've been on YouTube a long time. I was off of it for 2.5 years. I don't recall you ever saying you saw the thing when it was in Plainfield. No, not once. If I heard you ever say that, then I wouldn't have just said I would not have stated what I just said. I would put my entire reputation on the line for whatever it's worth or not worth to you guys out there to tell I have known this lady here since 1998. And even before there was such thing as YouTube and MySpace, never once did I hear her say she saw the thing in Plainfield or anywhere near Plainfield. So this same derecho supercell re-intensified itself once it left Winnebago County. Then it produced the giant multi-vortex wedge that spliced through Plainfield. These are two separate tornado incidents that occurred that day from the same system. There was a third tornado that same system spawned up not far from Plainfield, and it damaged an airport, a small little airport, and stuff too. There were multi-tornadoes that were produced from that same derecho cell that day. The one that did the catastrophic damage was Plainfield. No injuries were ever reported from Winnebago County from that tornado. It touched down in a field, briefly off the bypass, the freeway, and it knocked up a fire hydrant and along the way and tore up some trees. That's all it did. So it was briefly lived. Trolls on YouTube have an agenda and a narrative, and their narrative is to try to spin the facts. Yep. If you want to know the facts about something, who's a better person to go to than directly to the source? Sorry. Right? Yep. So there it is. Now, I did put in the chat that there was something called there's a meteorology term that's been used because of Plainfield. You can Google this. It's called the Plainfield syndrome. What does that mean is that as weather observers, I'm a weather observer. I've gone through college to do that. Meteorologists that are way above me, to weather spotters, which I am one of those too, will all tell you that because of the Plainfield tornado, the Weather Service, who are the only ones authorized to issue watches and warnings anyway, learned that when you have a supercell that is like that, and you have all the ingredients in place to make tornadoes, it's called tornadogenesis, and you really don't totally know for sure whether there is even a tornado there or even a funnel cloud or not. You're relying on radar, and hopefully you'll have spotters in the field. But if you just have radar, what they learned is what the meteorologists learned from that incident is to just go ahead and issue those warnings ahead of time so you can get people moving to shelter areas immediately. Because by not issuing that warning on that day, more people died and more people were wounded than probably was necessary. And that's unfortunate. So there it is. That was because of the movie China Syndrome, they came up with the Plainfield Syndrome. Lead time is your time to get that warning and to move. The average time for a tornado warning right now is like 12 to 17 minutes when one is issued. Sometimes storms produce, whenever you hear a severe thunderstorm warning or a watch, okay, let's say you see a severe thunderstorm watch box in your area, they will say in the message of that text that severe thunderstorms can and do occasionally produce tornadoes with little to no warning. What does that mean? Right? Mm-hmm. So even if though there may not be a tornado watch, they're telling you that severe thunderstorms do make tornadoes. They're telling you that. And they're telling you to be on the lookout for that. If it happens, there's just not enough ingredients, not enough wind shear going on at that particular time for them to upgrade that to a tornado watch. A tornado watch could mean severe thunderstorms and tornadoes, but the probability of tornadoes increases with a tornado watch box because you have vertical wind shear. So anyway, that's pretty much that. Those are the facts. I interviewed you 11 months ago, and we discussed this in great length on my channel. Yep. And it's only had about 30 views. I reshared it in my tab last week. And if people want to go watch it, they can hear your entire story about all this stuff all over again. Yep. You and I sat in a private studio.
See, I got one light out. See that?
That's not good.
No, it keeps doing that. I got spooks here, I'm telling you.
I guess it sounds like you got something going on there.
Because you can see the light on this side, but there's a bulb over here that's not lit, or you'd have white over here too.
I see.
It
Yeah.
keeps going off and coming on and going off and coming on. And those are not regular light bulbs. Those are the low voltage ones.
Oh, I see. Are those LEDs?
Those are LEDs. Yep. So
Oh,
if
okay.
those were regular bulbs, that would be one bulb was burnt out. Now I wired that in there. And when I wired that in there, I soldered the wires and then put wire nuts on it. So it's not a loose wire.
Gotcha. Well, at least you got her done.
But it keeps, and it doesn't do it all the time. It just does it every once in a while. It was like that. I turned it on and it popped out, and then it came back on, and the room got light, and now it's back off again. Look at that.
Well, don't throw an apple at it and break it. Well, I'll take care of it. How about them apples, right?
Yeah, I ain't gonna do that.
No, I get you. But it's so that's pretty much the Plainfield tornado. So somebody asked about how I met you. I think it was in a Holy or someone in the chat who likes to troll me. I could pretty much reaffirm your story. It was the Rockford Airport weapon training class. There was over 300 people in attendance at that one.
Yep.
It was just a couple of years after the movie Twister. Everyone wanted to be a spotter. It was heavily advertised in the newspaper, what have you. And everybody wanted to be just like the movie, right? Except those were storm chasers. This was for storm spotting, but this is as close as locals could get to it in the area to do it.
Yeah.
Why out of 300 people did I have any interest in meeting you when I was 18 years old? Not 17, not 16, not 15, not 12. I was 18. Who would know how old I was back then other than, I don't know, me?
Yeah, well, I know how old you were too, because you came out and visited me when I was doing a field day too.
Right. That was after that.
Yeah.
So
well after that.
Right. Let me just say this and let this be known out there. Who would know more about what they did in their lives other than them?
Nobody.
So trolls on YouTube, why would you go to them as a reliable source of information about you, me, Keith Anderson, Nice Guy Louie, Albert Mell? Trump said it doesn't matter. We know what we did in our lifetimes, not trolls on YouTube. Sorry. So with that said, I was 18 years of age the day I met you and your husband. That is correct.
Oh, no, if you listen to Karen Crud.
I don't care.
What the hell did he call that? What did he call that? I don't know. When I was a little kid, I don't know.
Oh, that you groomed me.
Oh, I groomed you. Yeah, there you go.
When has Rotten Tomato ever, first of all, when has this dude ever gotten anything right on any of us across any of these different communities?
Nope, he hasn't.
None whatsoever. When has this dude shown a single receipt for anything he has said about any of us? The chat's not moving there, is it? There's probably not moving for a reason.
Yep.
So if it's okay with you, I want to address some of the people just for a minute that did what they did last year. Those people were either A, involved in the lies that were told, or B, they were going along with it. And as far as I'm concerned, if you hear the lie, you believe the lie, and you repeat that lie as if it were true, then guess what you get to become?
You become the liar.
Damn right. Damn right. You become the lie, and you are the lie. How do you like them apples? So enough said there. If you want to know what I did, come to me. If you want to know what Lady Di did, go to her. If you want to know what any of the other people that are out there that even know who we are, go ask them. I do not know about their personal lives. I don't care to know about their personal lives. That's their business. People will divulge what they want people to know about themselves on YouTube or wherever, social media. We're not obliged to give people our resumes to be on this platform. Sorry. No. So, for the people that did what they did last year, they know who they are and they know what they did, and shame on them all. I'm proud that you control your own channel and you run it how you see fit, just like I run mine.
That's right.
And the lies about you paying me being in your will and all this nonsense. You have a big family of your own. Why would you give me money in your will when you have your own kids and grandkids that you're going to take care of?
I wouldn't do that. Why would I?
That makes no sense. See the lies? See? Now, I came to you, and after Swammy died, God rest his soul, we did a little tribute for him last February, if you remember, right?
Yeah.
He was kind of your unofficial co-host out here, right?
Yep.
For a long, long time after he left Salty Rant. So it was you and him, and I would hop on there and we'd have fun. I wouldn't get on there all the time. So when he died, you were by yourself every single night. Nobody was getting on your panel. They were all in the chat. They would not talk to you. And then other people, will not say any names, said, well, I would get on your channel more if I had an invite to get on. Let me ask you something, did you invite me to get on your panel?
No, I didn't.
No.
Well, wait a minute. When I put up the link, that's an invitation for anybody to come up that wants to come up, isn't it?
Yes.
Isn't that what that means?
Yes, it is.
It isn't a special invitation to anybody, is it?
You are inviting whoever you want to let up on your panel by doing that. Yes.
That's right.
So I don't recall you inviting me to get on your panel more.
Nope.
So someone had a problem with me on your channel, and I decided to just get off of it for a couple months to cool it off, let it simmer down, not boil over. I was a bigger man there, as far as I'm concerned. And there was someone who had a big problem with that. And, when I got, you had a problem with Axel Bailey, who got Rick Productions on your panel and all that stuff. And,
right.
the whole mess.
That's right. And that was Rick Productions by Axel Bailey, good old AKA /Canada.
Right. And you got the UPKers out there and those folks that say, oh, no, it was you that did it. You did it.
No. Show
me some receipts that I did that, because we're going to play that game. Number one. Number two, I'm the guy that drilled this dude, Axel Bailey, and because he had been telling all of us that he was working undercover for the Royal Canadian Mounted Police in the Scotland Yard over in the Bristol Police, and he was lying.
Yep.
All he was doing was trolling this dude.
Sure.
Somebody sent me a link to this Rick's channel, not Crude, the other one, and said, hey, check this out. Axel's back again at it again. And sure as shit, he was right there back at it all over again.
Sure. All
he does is troll that dude. So I got this guy to admit on your panel that he lied to all of us. He was not working undercover for anyone.
Nope.
First he tried to get Glenn Lanebright to let him on his panel, and that didn't work. Glenn said not only no, hell no, and he's not on YouTube anymore. He's gone. So then he came to you, and he tried to get you to let him on your channel for over 3 weeks. Am I right?
Yeah, you were absolutely correct.
That's right. You know something, Unholy? I don't answer questions to trolls. How's that?
Ooh.
So anyways, there's your answer, in short. If you don't believe I did the job I did, then you go FOIA request the records and you prove me wrong. How about that, Unholy? So anyways.
I want to try and keep an eye on this light so you guys can see it pop
on.
On.
No, that's fine. So anyway, I'm going to ignore that one. So back to the story we're talking about. If you think that patch says guard or security on it, then you need to go get to see an optometrist or preferably an ophthalmologist who can give you a full eye examine in a laboratory setting. Because what did that patch say on it?
It said police.
It didn't say security guard. So there you go. There's your answer, Holy. All right. So anyways, back to the show here. What did Axel Bailey do to you to get that guy on your channel? What did he lie to you about with that guy, Rick Productions?
You know, to begin with, he berated me and over on Skype, and I've been told that the audio from Skype calls is still there, that I can pull those up so I can prove what I'm saying. He berated me for about 2-3 weeks. I told him, I said, I don't want him on my panel. There's no good that can come out of that, him coming up. People are just going to jump all over him, and I don't want him over here because then I'm going to get porn bombed till hell won't have it. I don't want it. I don't want it. It's not what my channel's about. It's not what I do. But after about 2-3 weeks of getting this shit day and night, night and day, all day long he's calling me. All night long he's freaking calling me. I finally gave in to it. And what's the first thing he said? And I can't say what he said because I'll lose my channel.
I can't repeat it either. I got it clipped. I'll tell you, so apparently Flying Monkey, she's got it. And she knows, but she won't tell that to her audience, of course.
Yeah.
So, right. Talk about fudging the truth, half-truths and outright lies.
Yeah.
So anyways, what Axel did is he told you, as I recall this, that Rick Barry wanted to apologize to you for calling you all kinds of nasty names the year or prior.
That's what he said.
Okay. Well, then apparently he didn't.
And when I pulled anybody that saw that, as soon as I pulled him up, now you're going to have to tell me if I'm a liar or not, anybody that's out there that saw it. I sat there and I looked at him and I said, well, and he said, well, what? I said, you got something you got to say? He said, well, hello. Yeah, he didn't have a freaking clue what I was talking about.
Nope, he didn't. And you're talking about Rick Productions. Axel did. Yeah, right. Axel did not communicate to Rick Productions that anything about this. He didn't. He told you one thing. He told him another thing. I can only assume, and this is an assumption, that he probably told him that you wanted him back on your channel and you really didn't. And the reason I know that you didn't want him on your channel is because by having him on your channel, you're going to get flooded with a lot of problems from over there in the UK, not UPK, but UK, the United Kingdom.
Yeah.
With all the bags of trolls that are over there. So the Whoop Whoop gang, they were after him, just like Emo, Big Ben Bittner, back in that era. Everyone says I'm new out here. They say I was not around back then, and yes, I was. I was not on a stage.
Yeah, well, Keith Anderson, that's true. I told him, I said, I'm waiting for the apology you said you wanted to give me. And he apologized. And I accepted it, but I still didn't want him over on my channel. And I got nothing but porn bombed. Porn bomb left and right.
For about 2 weeks straight, I recall it.
Yep.
So I was going in there and helping you delete that stuff off so you wouldn't lose your channel.
Yep.
And if you guys think that's controlling it, then you go ahead and you think that's controlling it. Nonsense.
That's not controlling it.
Nope. Because everything I was doing to help you with your channel then, I was telling you what I was going to do before I did it.
Yeah. Or I would ask you. I would ask you.
Yep. That's right.
I want to do this. How can I do this? How can I make this channel do this? And you would tell me.
Yeah. I asked your chat after I found out that Wiley just kind of up and vanished and wasn't helping you with this stuff anymore because he has whatever his own situations going on, whatever it was. It's none of my business, you know. It's not there anymore. I said, guys, this is when Ms. Joe and the whole kit and caboodle were still your Ed Ramirez, Elliot Jameson were still your friends, right?
Yeah.
Yep. And I'd like to talk about Mr. Elliot Jameson in just a second, if I may, and Ed Ramirez. So,
go ahead.
Okay, no, that's all right. That's cool. See, it's your channel. I ask you if it's okay with you, don't I?
Yeah.
There you go. If you want me to shut up, you'll just tell me shut up, right?
Oh yeah, I've told you to F off before too in the past.
You did once or twice, and it's even off of YouTube. Nothing to do with YouTube.
Yep.
So all right. So here we are. We're talking about Blue Eyes. Somebody notified Blue Eyes that Rick was on your panel, and she got on here and berated you.
Yep.
I didn't know who she was at the time. I'm like, who is this?
How dare I? That's what she said. How dare you?
How dare you let this guy on your channel, your panel? I can't believe what I'm seeing here. Pull my wrench. And then we found out later that for years, by her own admission, she's been yanking wrenches for years on your panel. She's been hiding people, not yanking wrenches. I'm sorry.
She's been hiding people for years and was happy about it, bragging about it.
Yep, she sure was. Now, to brass tacks here. Yes, it was a problem with him, Rick, on your channel. Axel vacated your channel after the exposure went down with him, with me. When I finally, after about 4 or 5 times of coming at him and asking him, what is the deal with you, dude? Are you really some undercover, covert agent or something? Or what the hell is going on with you? And he finally admitted, no, I'm just a concerned citizen.
Yep. That's what
and he admitted that he was just trolling him.
That's what he said.
There you go. You just heard Lady Di say it. And then you got Mr. I Could Be and all these guys out there in UPK that are saying, oh, no, you're the one that did it. It wasn't Axel. Is that true, Lady Di?
Oh, the hell it wasn't Axel. Yeah, everybody was saying that shit. Said it was you. Wasn't you?
You got it. We the people tyrant wars.
As a matter of fact, I think the one stream that I put up, I can't remember the date of it, but the one stream I put up, I had somebody in the back chat, in the private chat, stating stuff as you. And I picked up my phone.
Oh, yeah.
And I texted you and I said, is that you in the back chat? And you said, no, you were on the panel.
Yep.
You were on the panel, if I remember right.
I believe I was.
And then
I wasn't. I was in Walmart shopping when this was going on. I remember this.
Okay, well, I told you to go over and look. I told you to go over and look.
Right. And back then, you could get on someone's panel and still see the old comments in the back chat. Now you can't.
Yeah.
Now, if you make comments in the back chat, if you jump on the channel or the StreamYard panel, the old comments are invisible to you prior to when you're getting on there now.
But I took and I copied every one of them damn things and I put it right in the chat.
Yep, that's right, you did. And that's still in the chat replay, by the way. So that was a lie told by Blue Eyes, said that one, and Flying Monkey. Because the claim was I was trying to get her middle name.
Yeah.
I'm at my job site.
I've known her name for freaking years, and I had her address and her old phone number, and I can prove it, but it'd be doxing her if I did it. And I won't do that.
Yeah, you're a better person then, right? Not what these guys did to you.
That's the way I look at it.
I agree with you. The next lie, and I'm going to bring this up. I don't care who doesn't like to hear about it. It's true. Was Ms. Joe, and after we debunked that first lie, because they said they never could come up with a date on when I had allegedly done this. And then it was like, 3 or 4 months later, that they said it was June 12th of 2022. And I don't believe they have the date even right on that one. So the next lie was Ms. Joe in 69 Mammy 95. Remember that one?
Yep, sure did.
Yep. And they said, and I saw him in your chat earlier, but I don't see him here now. But if he's listening, or if he sees this later, if you leave it up, that's your channel. You do what you want, right?
Yeah.
So Patriot Defense is involved in this one. He was involved in it. He was the one that was the top, the highlight on this one.
Yeah.
And it was these two, thick as thieves they are, because Miss Joe is so hell-bent on running me off your channel last year that both her and 69 Mammy stated for months that I doxed Patriot Defense with We the People Tyrant Wars. That's what they said. And they lied.
What is the unholy? What is the thing you're putting in there?
I see the link. It's a live stream link.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, I don't know.
Somebody's saying he's asking for you.
I don't know. I'm on this panel right now. I'm not going to someone else's panel. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, okay. So I don't care what Rick has to say. This is the truth. If you want to hear the truth, stay here. If you want to hear the lies, go over there. There you go. There you go.
I gotta plug my computer in.
Yeah, that's cool.
So
we proved that there was so what happened in that instance with the Tyrant War email thing is Ms. Joe, by her own admission, emailed Tyrant Wars, and she asked them to put out the other emails, remember?
Yeah.
The ones they sent to me, not the ones I sent to them, not they to me. I'm a little dyslexic. Now, I still have the original entire chat log of all that from 2020. Wasn't that 2, I think? So I can get into that if you want, but focusing on this, We the People Tyrant Wars put up a video with the other emails, and nowhere in those emails do you see the word Patriot or Defense in those emails. That was a ball-faced lie.
This Dr. Cop fireman, go away.
You have some fun. See you later.
Block him for me.
Let me jump over to my computer. So anyways, or did someone else take care of him already?
No, I think I can do it.
No, I'll take care of it right now. There, I just did it.
Good deal.
He's gone.
Good deal.
So anyways, try your sock accounts later.
Yeah.
Or keep sacrificing more of them in the chat tonight.
Yeah.
So anyways, that was proven nothing but a lie, wasn't it?
Yeah, it sure was. Hey, TOS, How you doing?
Hey, welcome. So I know Patriot went to Huckleberry and he asked her if she knows of anything or she could look into this matter. And I wonder why would you need to go to her if she's not involved in the group? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. So Huckleberry got back to Patriot, I guess, and said, nope, there's no emails that we have on file of Honest Abe saying anything about you.
Yeah.
Yep. And then we went back to Patriot and said, I did. I says, okay, can we finally lay this thing to rest that these bitches lied, right?
Yeah.
Because they did. And he said, no, we can't. And I said, why not? Because he said he had another person tell him that they saw this email, remember?
Yep.
And within about 4 hours, I found out who his secret source was, and it was 69 Mammy 95.
Yep.
So what I did is I quietly waited till the next chill and chat. And anyone that knows anything about 69 Mammy knows there's not a single thing that is chill about her chat. Because all she does is cut people a new one, right?
Yep.
So
more like stab and cut.
Oh, absolutely. You know it. You know it. God rest his soul. Your husband told me before I even met you, he says, I'm just going to forewarn you. My wife, this Diane, she's got a way with words to her. I'm just letting you know, kiddo. That's what he told me.
Yep.
Boy, was he ever right, let me tell you.
Now look at the light. Look at the freaking light.
I see it now. Yep.
God damn it. You see that?
I do.
Tell me there's fruits in here.
I don't know. Throw a tomato at it, a rotten tomato, right?
Oh, no, I can't do that. God almighty, my daughter will kick my butt.
I'm guessing. Well, I want to talk about that in a second, if I may. But anyways, so the reason he couldn't let this thing go is because 69 Mammy said, I saw the email too, right? Yep. And what we found out was she said, oh, I saw it on Salty Rant's live stream like 2 years ago. That's what she stated. And what's interesting is prior to this, I'm doing a premiere on my backup channel, and then Ms. Joe hops in the chat with Lady Di here. And what she says is, I never said Abe doxed Patriot Defense. I said he was trying to gather intel on him and give it to Tyrant Wars. And then you came back at Ms. Joe and said, excuse me? That's not what you've been saying for the past 5 months.
Well, I sure did.
Yep, she lied. She lied. And we caught her. See? She vanished from that chat. So anyways, the story, I caught 69. I went in the chat and I started to troll her a little bit over the whole thing because I wanted the facts. I want to get down to the brass tacks with her. And I says, you lied. To date, she will not admit she lied about that email. So, and she did lie. Yes, she did. Now her recent story is, well, what we saw on Salty Rants was a blurry screen and we couldn't read anything on there, but somehow, some way we could miraculously see the words Patriot Defense in there, and it was an email from you.
Yep, but I got a question. He was in here earlier. Has anyone in this chat ever heard Patriot Defense give out his name?
I sure haven't. No. Nope. That's why Ms. Joe changed the lie to saying, well, I never said he doxed him. I said he was gathering intel on him.
Yeah.
Once a liar, always a liar, right?
Yep. Well, that's
Call
the
it
truth.
like it is. It's the
I'll tell you
truth.
what, Trump said that's the truth.
It's the truth. You want the truth? You just got it. Huckleberry, all she does is lie. You go back to her and you tell her I said that, Trump said. All she does is talk shit about people and lie. She thinks she's tough and she's not. Sorry. So anyways, if she was so tough, why does she have to hide behind the Dark Clown channel to protect her? Why can't she do it by herself like we do? See? Anyway, take that to the bank and so much more. So anyways, what's so interesting about that one, now, so we proved those are all lies. I was at my job when that first lie about me trying to get Flying Monkey's middle name first started. It was on ERR's channel. He did a video titled me. It says Abe has some explaining to do. That's what started this whole fiasco last year. All these lies. Now these guys think it's okay last year, just like this year, right? They think it's okay to get on their channels, talk shit about us for hours on end, showed no receipts, right? But then when we say what we're saying like tonight, how dare we, right? How dare we defend ourselves?
Yeah.
And talk back?
Yeah, baloney.
No.
You accuse me of something, I have the right to defend
Regret.
myself like everybody else has.
Yes, you do. Yeah, absolutely do. You have the right to talk about more than just the weather on your channel when that's happening to you. Yes.
I got the right to talk about anything I want. It doesn't have
whenever you want. Whenever you want. You do.
Who in the heck
your
is anybody else? Who is anybody else to tell anybody else that they have a stream? They can only talk about certain things. Bull crap.
Nope. I don't see these people paying your StreamYard bill.
Nope.
They're not paying for your computer.
Nope. Nor are they paying for the electric or the damn internet.
No, they're not. Nope. Now I'll tell you something else. We caught Hillbilly Man and Becca N in a lie last year, didn't we?
Oh yeah, that's another piece of work. That is another piece of work. Good old Hillbilly Man.
Yeah, we busted him out. Him and Becca N. Now what happened is the story as it first started out was these guys were just innocent parties. Now I've known this dude a long time, and what he did to Hawkwind's daughter, which even Rick Crude himself confirmed that yes, someone called CPS on Hawkwind's daughter. Tonic in Sales, who's from a completely different community on YouTube, remembers Hawkwind. 2
people did it.
Yeah, they sure did. They did. And he admitted, and I dubbed him. I have a clip of him on 69's now made private Chillin' Chat, where he admits on the panel that he knows the party who made that call back in 2018. Did you guys know that? I clipped I clipped his ass again. I did it.
Unholy, why does I Could Be deserve an apology from you, Dishonest Abe?
Exactly. That guy called me a Chomo supporter, and he still does. He's getting no apology from me. Sorry.
The only thing that I've ever heard Abe say, and I'm not going to say he hasn't said something different that I haven't heard, is that he was never charged with a crime. It was his husband.
That's the truth.
That
is the fact. Rick Productions, and I will state this for the record. Make sure you got your screen recorders going. I'm going to tell you this right now. Rick Productions was never charged, and he was never convicted of a single crime. His husband, Martin, however, was. In 69, Mammy, who pops pills, lives off government, just like Rick Rude, lives on Social Security disability because she's too lazy to get off her duff and get a job. She thinks she knows more about the law than the Bristol, England Police Department themselves and Scotland Yard. Sorry, wrong again. See, it was actually Shiva, the Church of Four, that brought us Rick Productions from the get-go. And she had mentioned that he was on a Jeff is Here panel, and I do believe he was. And of course, she was rolling on that channel too.
Unholy. Wait a minute. Unholy. Me and I Could Be were good friends. Abe ruined it. No, Abe can't ruin that.
Nope. Sorry.
I never said anything bad about I Could Be. I never said anything. I never said shit about I Could Be.
Nope.
And if we're no longer friends, then it's on I Could Be's half, not on mine. I'm not responsible for what you say, Unholy. Nice Guy Louis says, Trump says, or Honest Abe says. I'm only responsible for what comes out of my mouth.
That's right. You're not going to use that. You're not going to pull that guilt by association card with us. Now, I want to clarify something here. That was the discussion on hand that night on that panel with Rick Productions. We weren't discussing our personal opinions and viewpoints, which are separate from the criminal justice system in England or in the United States on that particular matter. Now, were we? So no one has asked me my opinion about that guy. What was stated was what is to this day fact. How about that? So according to UPK and Mr. I Could Be, who hangs out with Rick Rude, along with those other UPKers, Navin Johnson, who has a history of being friends with Beware Mouse. I even have a video of Blame Katie on Rick Productions panel. It's in my community tab right now. I just put it in the last couple tabs. Go check them out. So I Could Be hangs out with Rick Rude, who married an underage girl who was 16 when he was 21. Did you know that, Unholy? Did you know that? So according to these guys, whenever you're talking to someone, it doesn't matter what the reason is. If you're talking to someone that ever did something like that, then you're a Chomo supporter. So I said, and I still say right now, that Navin Johnson and Holy are Chomo supporters. And so is the rest of UPK, because they get on Rick Rude's channel and they hang out with them. It doesn't matter the reason why they're there now, does it? How about them apples? You like that? So yes, I am responsible for what I say, not Lady Di. If you've got a problem with me, I'm right here. Get your ass up on this panel and only talk to me. Come on, let's do it.
You guys want to iron it out?
Yeah, come on up. Let's do it. You scared of me? Are you scared?
All I ask is that you don't violate any TOS.
Right. Yeah. No, that's no problem. Come on up. You hide in the chats.
Don't use any language or make any TOS violations is all I ask.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We can have quite the civil conversation. But he's not going to do it. So anyways, there you go. See? I'm not scared of you, and I'm not scared of anybody else out here. Nor should I be. Is he coming up? Someone beeped.
Oh, that's bedtime, clown. I don't know.
Nah, that's okay. All he's going to do is get on here and detract and troll. But this is your channel. If you want to let him up, you let him up, because I don't control it.
No, he's never had anything decent to say about me, so he can go away.
Yeah, I blocked him from my channel. He's got me blocked from his channel. Isn't that only unfair? You know what's amazing is those guys will sit there and troll, and they'll block us, time us out. If we get on the panel, we'll mute our microphones, kick us in the basement while they get to sit there and attack us, right?
Yep.
So
Unholy,
yeah.
let me tell you something. Some of the crap that's come out of Bedtime Clown's mouth.
Yeah.
And I call him Bedpan Clown because he smells like a full bedpan of nothing but shit. So I don't want him up here any more than I want Rick Crude up here, and I don't want Rick Berry up here.
Yeah, no, they were Rick Crude. Yeah, any of those guys. I know you don't want them on here.
No.
So you know what?
I don't want any.
You know what? Yeah. Hey, this is your channel. You run it. I don't run it.
Yeah, I just don't want the trouble.
No, all right. All Bedtime is going to do is he'll get up here and he'll run his mouth and he will detract from everything else, and he's got nothing constructive to add to this conversation. Nothing. All he does is troll. He's
been cutting me for frickin' weeks and weeks and weeks. This is my second stream this year.
All year, and then you got Flying Monkey, who puts us on blast, especially you, every Friday for hours on end. And this is your second live stream for the entire year.
Yeah.
So
I've shown my badge. I've shown my badge. I've shown you people that it's got the Illinois State seal in the center of it, which makes it real.
Yeah, it's a real badge.
I didn't buy it off of frickin' eBay.
Nope.
Which is another damn lie that's been going around.
Nope.
I've got two more badges, which are hazmat badges. I've shown you people the patch, one of the patches that I wore on my bicep, on the outside of my bicep. I lost the other one in the move. Well, Rick, Karen Crud says, well, she just went and bought those off of YouTube, off of eBay. No, the hell I didn't. If I wanted to, I'd have two.
There you go. There you go.
Look at this. If you take a good look at the edges of that, you can actually see the prior stitching where it was on.
You know what? What's so funny is Elliot Jameson, do you remember Elliot Jameson who said that I pulled his wrench and hit him that one day? Remember that?
It wasn't you.
Nope.
It was not you that did it. You can't pull a wrench.
Right. That was you.
Pull a wrench.
Nope. That was you.
Anybody that's ever made a stream knows this.
Sure they do.
Even that can do that is the channel owner.
Yep. Even old Bedtime Clown. So actually what happened was other people thought that was not me, right? Other people in your chat clicked his channel because he hadn't been in your chat in a while, I guess. And he doesn't have an avatar, just the orange circle with the white E in it, right?
Yeah.
So he hadn't been on your channel in a while, and he emerged. And what Elliot used to do with you a lot, as I recall, is he would share news article links and stuff, right?
Right.
Fox News, whatever it was, right?
Yep.
And then you would play those clips on your channel that Elliot would put in there for you, right?
Right.
Right.
Which you can't do anymore, by the way.
Yeah, you can, but with limitations. Yeah. So anyways, what actually happened there was two other parties that thought he was a sock account, right?
Yup.
In other words, they thought that it was not the real him. And guess what? It was. So then you responded. Why don't you? Would you be kind enough to tell the rest of the story?
Well, what had happened was I got text that, and it was actually, I do believe, put in the chat that was a sock account. I don't like sock accounts. If you don't want to come in as who the hell you are, and you gotta use a sock account, don't bother. I don't want you coming in. If you got to come in under a sock account. I was told that was a sock account. They thought it was a sock account. And I said, fine. I pulled the wrench and I hit him. And then somebody else came in and said, wait a minute, that wasn't a sock account. That was Elliot Jameson.
That other person that told you it was not a sock account was me.
Yeah.
Yep, that was me. So then you responded by unhiding him, and then you gave him his wrench back the next night, didn't you?
I sure as hell did. And he's
Yep.
never been back since. And
That's
that is his choice.
That's his choice. Yes, it is.
I never said he wasn't a good man, Unholy. I never said that. I don't like sock accounts, and I thought it was a sock account. I had 2 people in there telling me that was a sock account. I pulled a wrench, and I had the old shite stain, good old salty rant, bragging about he had a wrench in my stream, and I didn't know it was him. It was a sock account.
That's correct.
I pulled the wrench and I hit him.
Yeah, you did. And then Elliot, for whatever reason, got on my channel instead of your channel. And he said, hey, you, in other words, he was telling me that I pulled his wrench and that I hit him. And he was upset. Apparently, he also went over for, unbeknownst to me, he, in addition to getting on my channel, he also got on Bedtime Clown's channel and was bitching about the same thing. And I says, Elliot, I'm going to let her know. It'll be taken care of. I didn't pull your wrench. I didn't tell her you were a sock account. I'm the one that told these guys that you were not a sock account, and you blame it on me.
Yeah, and I unhit him and I re-wrenched him, and he's never been back since. He still should be able to come in here and have a wrench.
Well, there it is. Whoop, there it is. So Ed Ramirez, him and I bunted heads. And I told this guy, I says, just like Ms. Joe and just like the rest of yous, you guys are over there hanging out on Flying Monkeys and you're in ERR's channel. And those videos, those live streams that they scheduled for hours on end were they're not Trojan. They were not Trojan horse live streams. In other words, they knew what those live streams were going to be about when they got on there. The titles, the thumbnails were about us. Remember?
Yep.
So these guys got in those chats and they were actively engaging in those chats and having a jolly of a time while their friends, us, in other words, were getting cut a new ass for hours on end. And the only thing Flying Monkey ever said about it was, well, and these guys, if Abe would have kept his mouth shut, we would have pulled it off. In other words, we would have got away with it. Is that what a friend does to a friend?
No.
Do they go on other channels and cut them up one side and down another?
Nope.
Did you ever tell any of these guys that they couldn't go on different channels and just hang out? No. Did you? I recall you saying something like, go where you want to go, do what you want to do, just don't cut me up one side and down another, and then come back on my channel and pretend like everything's hunky-dory. Isn't that what you said?
Yep.
I mean, did I get anything wrong there?
That's my only damn request from people that come in here. You don't have to be my best friend.
No.
All I'm asking is that if you come in my chat and you make like everything is okay between you and me, we're friendly, we're acquaintances, but we're friendly. Okay? Don't go to another chat, stick me in the back with a freaking knife, and then come back and act like you never did anything.
Which is what these guys did to you.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, they did. I'm not missing anything there, I don't think. I mean, it's. I guess in their eyes, it's okay to do what they did. Here's their attitude back then. It was, well, we want the 69 Mammy was notorious for this, Blue Eyes, right? They would say Ed Ramirez, Elliot Jameson. These guys would go, hey, we want to make sure we keep Lady Di's channel drama free. So instead, it's A-okay to go on all these other guys' channel and cut her and you a new ass.
Yeah, I don't think so.
That was their logic. Would you guys be friends with somebody that did that to you?
Look at that.
Would they? Yeah, I see it. I see Nice Kid Louie.
I can't say that because I don't know that for a fact, and I've never seen anything to prove it.
Well, he turned on you. That's what he did. He was your friend more than he was my friend, and he blamed me for something I didn't do, just like Bedtime Clown did. Bedtime Clown has a lot of room to talk, man. him and his wife bought a brand new laptop and a cell phone for Rebel City. And it backfired on him big time. And they were warned by people like Tonic and Sales and whoever, the bad idea. But they did it anyway, and it backfired. And now he's really bitter for that reason. You know? There you go. So see, you screwed up. Didn't you? Oops again.
And I don't lie. I don't lie.
No.
Bedtime come in here and said I lied. I want to see some freaking proof of it.
That's right.
Don't come in here running your mouth, running your CS, saying something when you got no receipts.
Yeah, that's what these guys did, and they're still doing.
I've shown my receipts tonight.
Yep, you showed one of mine. I appreciate that.
Yep.
It was Flying Monkey that doxed my badge, and as far as I'm concerned, she authenticated it when she did that.
Well, it was Karen Crud that doxed mine, and I knew when I gave it to him, gave him a picture of it. It was just a matter of time, and he gave me his solemn promise and word that he would never do that.
But he did it anyway.
I knew he was going to do it. It was just a matter of time.
Yeah, yeah. I remember when this was coming into question, and you weren't sure if he kept the photo, the picture, and I says, "Oh no, I know this dude. He's got it. I know he's got it, and he's holding on to it for bait, and he's going to put it on blast one of these days." Just like when Ms. Joe went crying to Authority Check and the shit show on me, right?
Yeah.
When she went and cried to them about me and Liberty Bird, she went to him too.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Oh, Abe's attacking me."
I've only seen the shit show, I think, twice, and it was so boring and backstabbing.
There is that
I didn't want any part of it. And that was on a replay. It wasn't live. And I've never watched another replay. And I'm usually in bed at this time.
Well, those people over there, they talk about other people that had nothing to do with us. And so Ms. Joe what's amazing is Ms. Joe was getting on everyone's panels after you kicked her off. Remember?
Yep.
Remember the Abe rendition comment she made?
Yeah, absolutely. And she just had to say it. She just had to say it one more time.
Yeah, I'd love to hear you tell that story. You tell it better than I do.
Well, I don't know. Man, is it even going to do any good? Is it even going to do any damn good?
Not for the trolls, no.
You know, why bother?
But she knows what she did to you.
You know, she kept saying that, you run my channel. No, he doesn't run my channel. I run my own channel. He cannot come in here and give a wrench.
Nor
he
can he
cannot
pull
come
one.
in here and take a wrench away.
Nope.
The only one that can give or take away wrenches is me.
That's right.
Because I'm the channel owner. He's not a channel owner. Back in the day, you used to be able to have a dual channel owners.
That's right.
You can't do that anymore.
Nope.
You can't do it.
You can have a channel manager now. It's different.
Yeah, but you still can't give or take wrenches.
Nope.
You can hide people.
Right. With your manager mod wrench, you can, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, you had been telling her both on and off YouTube that I don't control your channel, and she was having no part of it.
Yep.
There's nothing you could do to convince her otherwise. And then when you were on your channel one night talking about friends,
yep.
And then one of the first things that I recall you saying was you saw her in the chat.
I consider her a friend.
Yeah.
And she said, "Well, I consider you a friend too." And then turned around and she just had to say the shit one more time. One more time. Sounds like an Abe rendition to me. No, I'm done. I'm done. She come crying to me saying, he's picking on me. He's talking about me. He's picking on me. Tell her to stop. Leave me alone. And I did. And then she would start in on you.
That's what she was doing.
I finally said to her, if you want him to keep your name out of his mouth, then you should keep his name out of your mouth.
That's right. You sure did.
It goes both ways. And then she said, sounds like an Abe rendition to me. That's it. I had enough.
Yep.
Enough.
She waved at you and then put the waving hand emoji goodbye.
Yep. And I said, I don't want you to trip going out the doorway. Let me give you a hand. And I banned her.
Exactly what you did. Yep. And then to top it all off, of all the bullshit, she's the one who cried to authority check and those guys on me. She did. She lied to them on me too.
Yep.
I'm not the one who got on YouTube and said, "Hey, guess what I used to do for a living, guys?" It was doxed by Flying Monkey One. That's the key ingredient that everyone always conveniently skips out on and forgets. So isn't that convenient? So then to top all of this shit off with a cherry, and this was after the 2019 Ballad of the Wrenches with Salty Rant, Betsy Peeler, and all them guys, right? So what happened then next was Hillbilly Man had to get a piece of the pie. So him and Becca N magically reemerged on YouTube all over again. And then they just couldn't resist themselves. They had to try to start recruit and trolling Lady Di to try to trick Lady Di to let him back on her channel again. That's exactly what they were doing.
Yeah, well, that ain't going to happen because all they know how to do is come in and say the N word with the hard R.
To try to get to a channel strike.
Over and over and over and over and over. And you wind up losing your channel. He ain't taking my channel.
No, he's not. You've spent too many years building your channels and your sub base. You've worked too hard at it to just let some douchebag like him get on here and wreck it all for you. That's what Axel was trying to do to your channel.
Yep.
Axel was, when I left your channel for 2 months, you inherited nothing but a problem known as Axel Bailey. And he took the wrecking ball to your channel from the start.
Yep.
That's what happened. Ms. Joe had a big problem with me on your channel, and just to accommodate her and her only, because no one else in your channel had a problem with me then, is I would not even make a comment in your chat or even get on your panel if I was even going to do it that night for the first half of the program. That's an hour into it, right?
Yep. Unholy's got a question for you. She wants you to answer her question or his question. I'm not sure.
Well, right now I'm in the middle of something here. Post your question and I'll let you know if I'll answer it or not. So, anyways, I like losing my train of thought. I don't want anyone detracting from me on this in the chat. So what happens is Hillbilly Man gets on your panel, and then Becca. I'm sorry, it was Becca N first, and Hillbilly Man said I messed all that up. I'm sorry. You were talking to Becca N for almost a half an hour before I even got on.
Yep.
And I got on the panel and I asked her a few hard questions, and I was very polite to her. I didn't scream at her like Rick Rude does. There's a guy who treats women like trash on YouTube. It's him. So anyways, look what he did to you, Lady Di. How many death threats did you get from this dude?
Oh, I know.
Right?
I know.
Me too.
Yep.
To get people like Dragon Classy Art and then people in COVID Avenue who are going to listen to a guy like that who had his armed guard card revoked by the Texas Rangers for pleading guilty to a misdemeanor that he was charged with a felony and potential hate crimes for chasing down and using, I believe he was using racial profanities at a pizza delivery driver in February of 2017. And he held him at gunpoint till the cops got there over a road rage thing. So people like Dragon Classy Art and COVIDs and those guys over there are going to listen to a douchebag like that over me? Really? Really? You got to be kidding me. So you do you, I do me. So Becca, I asked Becca, I says, Becca, I asked her, I says, Becca, why are you doing, I'm just curious about something. Why are you getting on the panel asking all these questions? I know for a fact that you and Hillbilly Man have got Lady Di's private contact information off of YouTube, meaning her telephone number and her email both. Am I right, Lady Di?
They sure do.
Why are you not contacting her in private and asking, since you seemed that they told you, both of them did on two separate nights when they got on your panel, first her, then him. And he played coy like he didn't know anything that was going on. So did she. That is until I clipped him admitting when he was because he drinks a lot. He obviously had too much to drink that night. He was on Flying Monkey's Friday fuckery again. And I clipped him, and he's mad about it. I clipped him admitting to everyone on the panel that him and Becca N had been following all of this drama for the last 8 or 9 months. That's not what he told you, is it?
No, that's not what he told me. He wanted me to apologize for saying something that I didn't say.
That's correct. And who's the one that said you had a picture of Becca N's kid from the get-go? Who did that? Who lied about that? Wasn't you. I didn't say anything about it. Nobody in your channel said anything about it. Who was the person that did that?
Wasn't me. Anybody that's in here ought to know.
No, I know exactly who did it. It was Rick Crude.
Yeah.
He did that. He was the one running around saying that.
Exactly.
Yep.
I never said anything about having a picture of her daughter.
Nope. You sure didn't.
And I've never spoke with her daughter either. That's another lie.
Yep. Hillbilly Man lied about that one too. In reality, it was him and Becca N. Well, let's just this one. So he lied to you and she lied to you. And I says, Becca, I got a question for you. When I finally got on your panel, I says, Becca, I've known you a long time. What I know about you is that you're a good friend of Rick Crude's, aren't you? And she said, yes. And I said, that's what I thought. And I said, so do you really feel that you're an unbiased source of resource out there in this, or do you feel that you might be a little biased in regards to Lady Di and Rick Crude or not? And she just laughed at me and didn't respond. And then I says, Becca, what is your goal here tonight? I'm just curious. Don't take this the wrong way. I'm just curious about something, Becca. Are you trying to get Lady Di to let him on her channel? Are you trying to patch things up? And if so, why? Does Lady Di want you to patch things up? Lady Di, you've known me a long time. If you wanted me to try to patch things up between you and Rick Crude, I think you would ask me. If you didn't, then I think you would not ask me, right?
Yeah, I would.
Why would I just go out and say, hey, Lady Di, I'm going to go ahead and do you a favor and just patch things up between you and Rick Crude just because?
There is no patch anything up between me and Rick Crude. I want nothing to do with him.
Right. And it was Becca N and Hillbilly Man that had to get a piece of the pie when they saw all of this drama going on. So I caught Hillbilly Man saying that they had been following the drama for almost a year. And they said, we were not getting in the chats like we normally would. And we were just keeping an eye on everything going on. That's what he admitted. But that's not what he told you, is it? He told you that he had no clue what was going on.
That's right. That's what he said.
He lied to you, didn't he?
He sure did. What's new?
Yeah,
He's got to stick his nose in everybody else's business. Why can't he keep his own business to himself? Why can't he leave everybody else alone? Why does he have to stick his nose in everybody else's business? That's Hillbilly Man for you.
Yeah. Why did Huckleberry have to get in the mix on this whole thing? She wasn't even around when this was going on.
Yep.
See?
She wouldn't even know who the hell Hillbilly Man and Becca Ann was.
Nope. Never heard of Hawkwind. I asked her. I said, Huckleberry, have you even ever heard of these guys? Now Hillbilly Man is now hanging out with Huckleberry, and I think he's found himself a good, cozy little spot there. But I'll tell you what. I hope the day comes where he ticks her off enough where she goes and doxes him next, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. She will. She will.
Oh, yeah.
Give her time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's no question that one. So, see, this is the truth, is it? These are the facts of life. If you want to hear the lies, go to Flying Monkeys, go to Rick Crude's, go to Huckleberry's, go to where the hell ever. That's not here. Go to the shit show. If they don't really talk about us, they did once or twice when that was only because Ms. Joe went crying to them about me and telling them lies about me. That's the only reason AC and them ever got involved in any of this stuff, because they don't have anything to do with our side of YouTube. So I know 69 Mammy hangs out on the shit show. Peachy Ryder used to, but Peachy Ryder had nothing to do with this. Not this. She did other stuff to you, but not this.
Yeah.
So these are the liars. And if someone is mad at someone and they go to somebody else about that person, what are the odds that you're going to get like a half truth in there? You're not going to get the full story. Just saying, right? For the sake of argument.
Unholy, you're putting in here. I've got to take this question down. This is a question that she wanted to ask you. Do you have receipts for this?
Yeah, where's your receipts for that, Unholy? You say I attacked Ms. Joe in the chats. You show me proof that I did that. You. Not your boy Bedtime Clown, not Rick Crude, not anyone else but you.
Do you have receipts for that? You lie.
You got receipts for any of that stuff you're saying, dude? No, you don't.
If you're gonna
Nope.
money or something, you should have
Great. Yeah, you go get your receipts, and what you do, Unholy, because you don't have it turned on your channel, is turn your community tab on your channel. And then what you do is you hashtag me with your receipts. But the full receipts, not where Ms. Joe, not where she's attacking me in the chats and then I'm responding to her attacking me. I'm talking about your proof that I attacked and berated Ms. Joe in the chats. Let's see them. Put up or shut up. Moving on from that one. So there's the truth.
Now you're saying, and before you said, how do we get this to stop? Now, and you guys keep dragging it out.
Oh, yeah. Look, Lady Di, you have barely been on YouTube all year long. I've been on YouTube way more than you have. I do premieres, my music things. You guys, some of you get in the chats. That's me doing that. Lady Di has barely done anything with YouTube all year long. And you know what's so funny? What's funny is, what have you haven't even talked about these people. And they have been attacking you. It's okay for these guys to attack you and me for hours on end on their channels. But how dare we respond to them on this night on your channel? How dare we do that, right?
Yep. I mean, it's just like the clown, you know. I mean, he keeps on and keeps on and keeps on and keeps on.
Oh yeah, he's a real piece of shit.
I haven't even been on.
No, you haven't. Nope. This is your second live panel in a year, in this whole entire year. Like, blame Katie. If anyone knows who the Lightning Tigers are, there's a channel called Mama T. Okay? I got in Mama T's chat for the first time 2 weeks ago. Okay? Never talked to this lady ever in my life. I knew about her. I knew about her channel. I've talked to a lot of people this year that I knew about prior that I've never talked to before. Right? Not uncommon.
Yeah.
So I get in the chat the same time good old Blame Katie is in there. And I know you and her have quite the history. So what does she do? She immediately starts telling everyone that I followed her on that channel to cyber stalk her. That's the first time I had I had even been in a live chat on YouTube with her at the same time all year long. So what does she do? She goes and gets AC in Tonic and Sales and Jamie Growth and Development. And those are guys from the shit show. And she goes and gets those guys to get on the panel because I got on there. And the only reason that Katie went and got them is to troll me, to come after me. It didn't work.
What's TBH?
What's
TBH?
I don't know. I'm not here to. I don't know. So, anyways, spell it out. So,
I don't know. TBH.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So, anyways, I don't know. I'm not. Unholy is a sock account. You're using a sock account. Whoever you are, I believe I know who you are. But why don't you use your regular channel? Why don't you get on the panel? Take a link. Let's talk. You're not going to do it though. See. So therefore, you're not going to get my attention that you're hoping to grab onto. Sorry. So I'm going to ignore you.
What's wrong with this? What's wrong with this?
Let's see.
What's wrong with telling somebody they can file an IC3 against people?
No, I can explain that whole thing to good old Keith. So Keith,
to be honest, okay, thank you.
No, hang on. I'll explain the whole thing. I did a video on my channel because people had come to me once they figured out I had a law enforcement background of some sort. And they said, hey, Honest Abe, Would you be good enough to do a training or a video explaining what an IC3 is and how to file one? And I said, if there's enough interest out there and people will watch it, okay. And I still have that video. It's either unlisted or private now. It didn't draw a lot of viewers. I'll be honest with you. I only had like 30 watches on that video. People just weren't that interested. So there you go, Keith. There's a zillion videos on YouTube that explain the same thing. So what's wrong with that? If you get doxxed, let me someone clip what I'm saying here. If somebody doxes you, you should file an IC3. Yes, you should. Why? Because if you ever get swatted, then you're going to want to have a report on file to show the cops what the hell is going on here. And the cops can go to the FBI and get the same record themselves and say, oh, okay, the reason this person got swatted today is because they're a victim of cyber doxing, bullying, harassment, and stuff on the internet. They can connect the dots. Now, you tell me where that's wrong. I said the same thing in a video to Katie when she got doxxed. And I even hashtagged her in it. Whether she watched it or not, I have no idea. But I was telling her, listen, you should file an IC3 right this minute, Katie. Or have somebody you know do it for you. Because if you get swatted, like has happened to people before, then you've got something on record. There you go. So moving on from that one, people come to me for information on stuff. They want me to explain something I might know about. If you're nice enough to me, maybe I will. Maybe I will. If not, maybe I won't. It's that simple. So I hope that addresses your question. When the thing was going on between Nemesis and Rebel City, the people on the shit show, apparently, because of Rick Crude, again, running his mouth, AC and those guys were under the impression that I filed an IC3 on them. And that's not what I did. Has nothing to do with it. Why would these guys on the shit show get that mixed up? Because Rick Crude runs his mouth. That's why. He lies. He never tells the truth on anything. And he's full of shit. What else is new? Joe Cool got on the shit show panel a month ago and told all of these guys. He says, I told y'all, Rick Crude is not a credible source of information. That cat gets everything wrong on everyone in this community. And the panel went dead silent. You heard crickets after he said that. Why, Joe, whether you like Joe Cool or not, he was spot on. Absolutely. So the people in that side of YouTube are basing me being a fake law enforcement officer in my past of any kind, which you were once yourself too, because Rick Crude made harassing phone calls to this university that dissolved this police and public safety force in 2021.
Crap, look how many times he's called Winnebago County. First he calls Winnebago, Illinois. He can't get county in his head different from city and county. He doesn't know the difference.
No,
how many times he called them bitching about me? Well, do you know her? You know Diana White? Has she ever had a badge? It's over 35 years old, asshole. Yeah. You think those people are still there?
No. No. So this is where AC and I bunted heads, and we still are. That's the issue with him and I. I don't give a shit about the Tyrant War stuff. I've already explained all that. It had nothing to do with them. It was Salty Rant. I gave We the People Tyrant Wars a video link and a timestamp where Salty Rant doxed his own job when he was making a video targeted at Swammy.
Yep, he sure did. He showed the front of his screen. He showed all the whatever you call them.
Right.
Phone.
Yes, he did. And Miss Joe, she says, yeah, Miss Joe said, oh, I even got the timestamp of that too. So Miss Joe got mad at me because she said I betrayed her trust because I shared a picture that she sent to me in confidence with authority check tackling Rick Rude in the ring when AC was like all of 15 or 16 years old. What the hell ever? Really? Really? Miss Joe never even, as I looked back at all my old texts, Miss Joe's never sent me a single text in my life. I've texted, I think, you in a group text with her once or twice. She never responded to me. So he says, Miss Joe, and AC showed that picture how many times on his channel?
Oh,
how many times? And there's hundreds of people sitting there watching him live.
Yeah.
And of the, like, let's say there's 200 people watching the shit show. And
that was one of the replays that I watched. And I thought,
yeah, you got your own screenshot of it.
Yeah. I thought this was stupid, man.
So that's how apparently she said, I'll never trust or send you anything ever again. You never sent me anything to begin with, bitch. And it's the same thing with, what's her name? 69 Mammy, who gave your screenshots of your voice messages to her phone to DJ Moore and all these other dudes. Rick Crude.
Yep.
That's how that bitch betrayed your trust.
All I did was send her a message. That's it.
Yeah, that's all you did.
I wasn't even on the computer.
No. And there she is, and I screenshotted her ass. I screenshotted her when Rick Crude was stoned like he always is. And he was on his channel, and he was going back at 69 Mammy. And he was questioning her on how dare she answer a phone call from you. That's what he said to her. He was questioning her on why she was talking to you on the phone to begin with. And I'm like, wait a minute. How does Rick Crude even know about this? How does he know that you even tried to call her to begin with? Right?
Yeah, really.
And then she typed in the chat that she deliberately ignored your phone calls to avoid the drama, to stay out of the controversy. I'm like, well, then why are you even on his channel?
I sent her some money for her cat so she could get some medicine for her cat, and I sent her some birthday money.
Right.
And I was texting her, asking her if she got that. Yeah.
Correct. Right. That's right, Keith. Rick was reading his chat. He doesn't do panels anymore on his channel. We all know this. So they tried to pull a gotcha with me. And they said, oh, you lied. You said that 69 got on our panel. No, I did not. No, I didn't. Rick Crude was reading the chat. And 69 Mammy, I clipped her and I sent it to you. And I still have it. And she sat there and said, she ignored your phone calls on purpose because she didn't want to get mixed into the controversy, the drama. And I'm going like, what's a better place to be involved in the middle of the drama than to be on, I don't know, someone like Rick Crude's channel to begin with? I mean, Jesus Christ, how stupid can you be? And then when you found out that she sent screenshots of your private messages to her, did that kind of, I don't know, rub you a little the wrong way, Lady Di?
Yeah, it sure did.
Is that what friends do to friends?
No, that ain't what a friend does to a friend. I sent her money for medicine for her cat. She'd already lost one cat, and the second cat was dying, supposedly, of the same disease the first cat had that died.
There you go.
I sent her money for her birthday. And somebody else, and I'm not going to say who, I'll never out this person, didn't trust her enough to send her money for her birthday. So that person asked me to include that in what I was sending, and that's what I did. And it was 80-some bucks.
And that person's already admitted that they did it, but I won't repeat it if you don't want to repeat it.
No, I don't know. They
no, I won't
repeat it. Don't even do that crap, because all they're going to do is they're going to tell you you're saying shit that wasn't true.
But they'll try, but guess what? I don't care, because guess what? If you guys notice a change of pattern with me in my community tab, when people come at me and they start their shit, they're usually sock accounts. You ever notice how I'm responding to them now? I'm saying, got more of them pesky receipts? Because we're still waiting for the first one.
Something asking why she's ignoring Diana's chat. I don't know what you're talking about, Keith.
We're reading the chat right now. We're talking to you guys.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Oh, here we go. Yes, Keith says he's correct. She denied getting phone calls later, but in that chat, she admitted that she got 2 voicemails from you. She did.
Well, she wouldn't answer it. I sent her $80-some and she wouldn't answer a damn text. I wasn't even on the computer.
No. Hey, Keith, and all of you guys, why would she respond to Rick Crude that she ignored her voicemails on purpose, calling her back, if she, I don't know, didn't get the voicemails to begin with? Maybe we should ask Jen T what happened to Eric Brandt. What do you think? The one who got $300 out of you?
Because that's what I texted her on.
Yeah, that's right. So see, she lied. Are you surprised a 6'10" mammy would lie like that, you guys? Is that a surprise to you? Shouldn't be.
That's all.
Yeah. Now, Jen T knows a few things about Eric Brandt. I'm sure of that. I am for certain there. So a lot of these people took financial advantage of Lady Di, including Jen T. See? I just got PDF and what's his name? The upside down American flag guy, veteran dude, Too Tall Rob, who got $600 out of you for a drone that was supposed to go to Swami that never made it there.
Yep, sure did.
And then they auctioned it off instead and got more money, more bang for their buck, didn't they?
Yep, sure did.
Yeah, they sure did. Great Dane lady, remember her?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she got you. See?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, these guys took turns taking a whack at you. Knuckenfoot's paranormal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing that these guys will tell lies about you feeding me money, and they will never talk about the people that really, I don't know, actually did take you for money.
Yep.
Is this opposites day or opposites year on YouTube or what? So it's amazing that people will overlook the facts. And anyone that goes to Rick Crude as a credible source of information, it gets exactly what they got coming to them. That's all I'm going to tell you. If you're going to Rick Crude as a valid source of information rather than directly to the source, then guess what? you deserve what you get. Because all he does is lie. And he knows it, too.
Eric Brandt is in prison.
Yes, he is.
They originally sentenced him to 52 years, and I think they dropped it down to 13.
I think that's correct.
For free speech. Yep.
Things about Eric Brandt, too, doesn't she?
Yeah, your audio dropped. So
oh, did it?
Yeah.
Am I back in there now?
Yep.
Okay, testing 1, 2. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. So I said Jen T knows a few things about what happened to Eric Brandt.
You bet. And that's why I won't have anything to do with her anymore. I've got my own opinions.
That's right. Not like she took you for 300 smackers, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she sort of did, didn't she?
Yeah, I'm still waiting for her income tax return from way back then.
Was that like how many years ago? 6, 7, 8 years ago now?
Something like that, yeah.
You're a kind lady if you don't charge interest, let me tell you. Because I think you would have double the payment coming back to you as long as she's not paid you back the money she owes you.
I'm not the only one. Kumanina Scary, she owes $500 to.
Yep, that's right. There's another one from back in the day. Yeah, how about that? How about them apples? God, I hope UPK is watching this right now.
But Jen T owes Kumanina Ascari $500.
Yeah, that sounds about right to me. I don't know what the odds of Kumanina Ascari ever seeing that money back is. Probably not too high.
Well, I didn't watch Keith. I didn't watch the trial. I'm just going on memory. I was close. I said 13.
Yeah, it was originally a lot more years. I think you're right. It was closer to 52 or something.
Yeah.
Which people get lesser time for committing an armed robbery, to doing a string of armed robberies to a bunch of banks.
Yep.
Or homicide itself, for crying out loud. I mean, 52 years for that. They were trying to teach him a lesson. That's what they were trying to do. I mean, I never was a fan of the guy. Never liked the guy. I'll admit it. I think he was obnoxious. He was annoying. He did stuff. One thing I hated, I didn't like that he did, is there were these cars parked in a parking lot, and he was bitching in his apartment complex or something. And he was bitching about them. And then he basically got all these people's cars like towed and stuff.
Well, that's because they supposedly were parking in his space. And
but I mean, come on, you have to take it to that extreme and get all of these cars towed.
Oh, I understand that. I get it.
Really?
But, you know, what he does, he has to answer for, man. It's got nothing to do with me.
It's just, that's the stuff I didn't like that this guy did. So, and we know, you know, it's I just was never a fan of this dude. I didn't like News Now Houston when he started, even before we knew what he had done. And if you remember, I was trolling him, and you know, we were kind of doing it as a tag team thing. I would call you on the phone and say, "Hey, are you News Now Houston's live again?" And he would never do panels, and I'd say, "Hey, guess what? I knew that Lanely Lang had her finger on the trigger. You know that. She was his head mod, and if you made a comment in there that dude remotely didn't like, he knocked you right out of there. She knocked you out of there. He didn't do it. She did it. So I knew that I had to come in there with a pile of sock accounts if I was going to get anything through. But I used to call you on the phone and say, "Hey, are you watching News Now Houston right now?" And you said, no. And I would give you the link, and I would say, "All right, get ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. I would drop my comment. And then Lanely Lane would knock it out within 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So anyways, I guess UPK, like Nag and Johnson they're allowed to do stuff like that. But apparently I'm not. I'm sorry. I don't seek the Church of Four and UPK's approval to troll people, because if they're going to claim they're trolling the same people, you know, like him and Beware Mouse and whoever. Well, then I guess I'm not allowed to do it unless I get their prior approval to do it. I'm sorry. Who died, rolled over in their grave, and made these guys god of YouTube? I control whoever the hell I want to troll, with or without anyone's permission on this platform. How's that? You don't pay my bills. I don't seek your approval to do things that you don't want me to do.
Yeah, but Keith, he didn't threaten to kill the judge. He said he should die. He said the judge should die. He never said
he never. You're right.
Kill the judge. So it was free speech to say the judge should die.
And he actually,
judge, he should die.
Yeah, I don't think he even mentioned the judge's name or anything. Didn't he mention all judges, as I recall? Didn't he?
I don't remember which judge. I can remember that it was one judge he was referencing to. But I don't remember the exact particulars. I don't think he used his name. There was a conversation about the judge and other judges, from what I can recall. I mean, Jesus Christ, this was a long time ago. You're asking me to, you know, if you expect me to come up with everything everybody said verbatim, it's not going to happen.
Well, they can't do it either.
Die. He just said
they can't do it either.
He didn't say, "I'm going to kill him," or "I'm going to have you murdered," or anything like that. So it was just freedom of speech. That's all it was. And then they sentenced him initially to 52 years from my memory.
No, you're right.
And then they had to drop it down to something more realistic.
Yeah, no, that is accurate. What I know about you is you were one of Eric's closer friends, probably one of his closest friends. Am I right?
Yeah.
So you guys knew each other really, really well.
Well, we knew each other really well to talk on the internet is all. I mean, I'd never met him in person.
No, but I mean, he knew who you were. You knew who he was. And I thought you were giving him pointers on the phone or on email, but maybe not.
On email, but not on the phone. The only one that had his number that I know of was Jen T. I'm not going to say nobody else did. But when he stepped off that train
Yes.
The cops were there waiting for him. She knew the train number coming in. She knew the time it was coming in, and she knew exactly what car he was going to step off of. Now, who else knew that information?
Unless you were a medium, like a psychic or something, and you rubbed your crystal ball.
Because
I don't
she
know
was
who
the
would.
only one that I know of that had direct access, phone access to
Yeah.
Eric.
I think you're right on that one. Yeah. Nice
Yeah.
guy, Louie. There's a guy who died and got reincarnated on YouTube and came right back to life again, just like on Days of Our Lives. Now, I'll tell you this. Who was it? Truthfinder UK and a lot of these other people. They always mix up Liberty Bird with Liberty Freak. So Liberty Bird was, excuse me, was not a roommate of Eric Brandt. No, that is Liberty Freak. That's a totally different dude.
I'm not even going to say they were roommates.
I thought they but anyway,
I don't remember that.
Maybe I don't know, but they.
So
but
I
I'm thinking that they were, but
they were friends. They
Yeah.
were friends.
I know Liberty Freak is managing his channel now. I guess, like maintaining it for him.
Yeah.
I knew about that, but see, everybody mixes the two up with the other dude, and it's no. I know they all live in Colorado, but they're not the same people. They're different.
They argued that the judge, that it put the judge in danger from Eric's followers. Anybody that would do that belongs in a rubber room, Keith. Come on. You belong in a padded cell. If you'd follow somebody on YouTube and because somebody says you should die, that doesn't mean it's a direct threat to his life. And why would you follow somebody on YouTube and then go carry out something that you read into what was said? They belong with a padded cell in a backward.
I don't know. I'm not a psychiatrist, but my opinion, I have opinions on everybody else. We all have opinions. No one asked me my opinions about Rick Productions. They wanted to know what happened in his case. And then someone said that that Rick Productions court cases were released out there, and no, they're not. The judge sealed those up. No one has them.
Yep.
That's the facts.
Yep. He had the paperwork and showed it. He had the paperwork and showed it.
Correct. I
don't watch Rick Productions on a regular basis.
I don't watch him at all.
But I saw
never have. But what I'm saying is those court case files were sealed. No one can get those. No. If people on YouTube like Rick Rude and Joey Wolf, who's another, what does Joey Wolf, Rick Rude, and Huckleberry have in common? They're fake ordained ministers from the Universal Life Church, right?
So is my dog. My dog is a reverend.
Just saying. Right.
Yeah.
So Joey Wolf, I mean, I don't know about Michigan Mister, but I know because I remember he was doing a lot of that too. But what I do know is that you're not a legitimate ordained minister if you pay $39.95 and get a certificate from Abu Dhabi. I'm sorry, doesn't make you legit. Maybe it makes you legit in Abu Dhabi, but doesn't make you legit over here. Sorry. So anyways, to become an ordained minister, you can do it for free. All you got to do is contact a church and tell them, express your interest in becoming one. And then they have a class that you take, and then they give you a certificate, and then you're good. It's that simple.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's not like when Joey Wolf was trolling Rick Productions, he didn't have his own, agenda in mind. Like boosting clicks and views on his channel, boosting his sub count, the Whoop Whoop gang, right? Those guys? Yeah, those guys were just trolling him. These guys had no interest in seeing justice served with this guy. These are just a bunch of lolcow degenerate trolls on YouTube. That's all they are. Raging Capricorn, there's another one for you.
Yeah, it's another piece of work, let me tell you.
Oh, Jesus Christ. COVID's even did something this community tab. I think that was Raging Capricorn or somebody emailing him. I mean, oh yeah, that dude is a real winner right there and a half. Rick Crude trolling Rick Production. You think Rick Crude's gonna uncover new evidence for the Bristol police on Rick Productions? Come on, let's be realistic here.
What a joke.
What a joke. Do you think Joey Wolf is gonna do it? Raging Capricorn?
Jesus.
That's funny. That is funny. Now, here's somebody I would give credence to. If there was actually a private eye over there in that part of the world who was looking into the case, well then yes, that would be a credible, legitimate source. Do you guys think 69 Mammy 95 was back then or is now going to uncover anything new about Rick Productions on YouTube?
Absolutely not. And I'll tell you what, she's got her nerve. She has her nerve to get on her, even on her channel.
Yeah.
Say that he sucked little boys' pee-pees. Was she there?
No. She wasn't there.
She wasn't there. She doesn't know anything that happened or didn't happen. If the guy was not charged,
right?
And look, I'm not a supporter of Rick.
I'm not either. I'm not either.
Was not charged. There was no evidence. Well, the U.S. did it. Somebody in the U.S. did it. The cops, they'd have done it because they're a lot better cops than Bristol police. Who the hell does she think she is?
All she does is sit on her ass, pop pills, and collect a government welfare check. The same thing Ms. Joe, Blue Eyes, and half of the rest of them are doing, right? That's what these guys do. They're government grifters. I forgot to mention Hillrod Spam. You know, he's been sponging up Social Security disability for a long, long time. Right? So stupid. I had no, like Rick Productions, that dude. I think the first time I ever talked to that dude was on your panel that one night. I knew of him, but I never followed this guy. I didn't hang out. I got on there one time right after it, and was Rick Crude was talking shit about me on Rick Productions channel, and I got on his panel to bitch out Rick Crude, and I did do that. And you guys better watch yourselves saying that's a Chomo supporter, because I got a video clip of Blame Katie on Rick Productions channel for about 6 years ago, and I have that clip in my possession. It's on my community tab. Go check it out. And guess who else was on there with her? The Frog UK, that guy. Remember him?
Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah, he was on the panel too. He was. And if I go back to the clip, I think even Naggin was on that one.
Well, wait a minute now. Let's talk about Naggin here for a minute. He was buds. He was buds with an absolute convicted, as they put it, Chomos.
Yes, he was.
And that would be, does anybody else know what I know from my memory?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
We're talking about Beware Mouse.
That's right. Good old Reagan.
I got this dude in a video clip. Remember when Ms. Joe said to go to No Justice's channel and look for a clip on Detective Gomez? You remember that?
Yeah.
And she says, "Oh, it's there. Just go look for it." And there was 286 clips on that channel, and she couldn't even tell me a year that clip was made. So I had to sit there and pick through 286 videos to find this video clip about what was Urban Disciples.
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't have done it.
I should not have done it, but at least I got to learn more about who some of these guys are. I already knew Detective Gomez because I knew that he was your friend, and he's Wile E. Coyote's friend too.
Yep. Well, Keith, let me ask you something. Really,
yeah.
I'm trying to be 100% serious here.
Absolutely.
You've got Rick has admitted to some things, including watching videos and destroying evidence. Okay.
Rick
Now, I
Production?
want to ask you something. Do you think the Bristol police are incompetent?
No.
Do you
Bristol,
think
England
they're
is a major metro area.
Do you think they're malfeasant?
No. Absolutely not. No.
Hell no, they're not malfeasant or incompetent. If he had evidence,
They would have put his ass in jail.
they would have charged him.
Yes, he would have been charged and arrested. If there ever is any evidence that ever comes forward in the future that's legitimate evidence on this dude, then yes, they will charge him. I'm sure they will. But it's not going to be people like 69 Mammy, Joey Wolf, Rick Crude, and the Woof Woof gang that are going to, or the Whoop Whoop game that are they're going to figure that out. No, UPK. All they're doing is they're a bunch of dotardic degenerates that sit there and troll certain people. They're not trying to figure any of this shit out. All they do is troll and dox in their Discord server, and we all know it.
Well, it's you know what? Beware Mouse raped this little girl, was convicted of it, charged with it, convicted of it, spent time.
Yes, he was.
Then he turned around and blamed the little girl, and said she seduced him. What? That's what he's
no longer right. She's no longer alive.
Yeah.
So she was killed. So I mean, we have to be careful how we word this here. You know, new rules. So yeah. I'm just saying, but that's why I didn't really want to go any details with that. I was just saying he's convicted. He did his crimes and all this stuff. Now, see, nobody asked me what my opinions of Rick Productions really are. We were discussing then the legalities of his case as we knew them, and we have very minimal knowledge of it.
That's it. That's all we were talking about.
So you got Bedtime Clown, who's a real piece of shit over there, and all the rest of these Flying Monkey, 69 Mammy, Ms. Joe, and these guys all white knight for each other. They're all in this together. I could be. There's another one who sit there on YouTube and they say that I'm a Chomo supporter because I stated then, as I've stated tonight again, and I'll state in the future, that he was never charged or convicted with a crime. AC has said the same damn thing on his own channel. These guys have talked about this profusively on other channels, that he was never charged and never convicted with a crime. Does that make them Chomo supporters too? Of course not, because they're our friends. And Honest Abe is not our friend, so they can say it, but he can't. And because Abe said exactly the same goddamn thing they did, then that means Abe's the Chomo supporter and they're not.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Bullshit. So what my opinions about Rick Production, I have my own opinions of that guy. And I avoid the guy. I don't talk to the guy. I don't watch his content. I don't get on his channel.
No,
I don't have anything to do with this dude. And the only time I had anything to really do with this dude was when Axel Bailey brought him on your channel.
Yep.
That's it. Axel Bailey brought him on your channel, and there he was. And he had no idea why he was even on your panel. You said that to Rick Productions. Do you know why? Okay, you said, okay, Rick, let's have it. And you sat there and you waited for him to apologize to you. The only drawback to that is that dude didn't even have a clue you were waiting for him to apologize to you because Axel Bailey lied.
Yeah.
That's what happened. There it is.
Yep.
There it is. How do you like that, bedtime bitch?
Yep.
They don't see these guys like to talk shit on us on their channels, and everybody's okay with it. And you know something else, Lady Di? You know what else?
What?
These guys that said they were your friends, they had no problem whatsoever when you got doxxed and your family started getting meddled with last year by Salty Rant and Rick Crude. Now, did that?
Yep. I didn't hear any of you people saying anything in my defense or in my family's defense.
Sure didn't. Instead, these guys that were your friends were hanging out on the channels that were making fun and laughing at you for them doing it.
Yep. And you're talking about a Fed Leo.
In a family.
Fed Leo, people. Do you think there's not going to be repercussions down the road? Do you really think that?
It does. Besides the point, it doesn't matter. How is that funny? When someone gets doxxed and then all of their siblings get doxxed and then they start getting meddled with on Facebook Messenger. What's funny about that?
Yeah.
And then Rick Prude. Yeah, Rick, I sat on the phone with you when Rick, with your HOA president. Remember that last year?
Sure do.
And I talked to this lady. And we started talking, and she confirmed that Rick Rude called her on the phone and was trying to get you thrown out of your house.
Yeah, but it didn't work, did it?
No, it didn't. Now, not like Salty Rant had anything to do with Emo Hollywolf getting kicked out of his house in Mexico, Maine, right?
Yeah, I had nothing to do with it, but I took the blame for a long time. Everybody accused me of doing it.
They did.
It about doxing Emo's phone number. Emo doxed mine, 2 of them.
Right.
And I didn't say this is Emo's phone number. Here it is. I said, oh, look up in the sky. Doesn't that cloud look like? Pick an area code. I don't give a shit. Pick mine.
Right.
520 is my area code.
Right.
Not Emo's. Okay.
Right.
Look at that cloud up there. Don't that look like a 5? Oh, look at this one over here. Looks about like a 2. That one don't look like anything. I don't know. Maybe that's a 0.
Right. I remember this. But you had nothing to do with that.
He doxed 2 of my phone numbers. He's not innocent.
And he knows it. But you had nothing to do with getting this dude kicked out of his house. Nothing.
Nope, absolutely nothing to do with it.
That was Salty Rant that did that. How did he do it? He was encouraging everyone to call his landlord and then call code enforcement on this dude.
Yeah, I never called anybody about anything.
Yeah, and then to get his electricity shut off, all of that shit. That was the trolls. That had nothing to do with you. And you got, just like I get blamed for shit that goes on today, you were the one that was you were the whipping girl, and I became the whipping boy. Yeah. So anytime anything went wrong on our side of YouTube, guess who gets blamed for it?
Oh, you do or I do.
Yep. Everything that all these assholes that were not your friends, as far as I'm concerned, did to you last year, and also did to you back in 2019 when I was off of here for 2.5 years. Those fuckers. Yep. Those people, as far as I'm concerned, were not your friends then, and they're not your friends now. Friends would not do this to their friends. They wouldn't stab them in the back like they done to you.
Unholy says, did Rick actually talk to your son-in-law, or was he making it up? He did not have a phone conversation with my son-in-law. No, he did not. It was done through text messages.
In Messenger and Facebook. And yes, I have the evidence. We do. Salty Rant made the video, and he put it in an unlisted video link on the Salty Speakeasy backup. Now, you got to be careful. There's another dude on YouTube called Escape with Speakeasy, who's from an entirely different community that's got nothing to do with this. This is Salty Rant. His backup channels are called Speakeasy. So what he's got is Speakeasy, and then he also has Speakeasy backup. So what he did is he took the unlisted video that he took with all the communications he was having and back in early, whenever your daughter and your son-in-law were on vacation, when he made contact with them again.
Yep.
He made a video of that, and he put that, it's about 7 minutes long, and he put that video unlisted on his backup, one of his backup channels.
Yeah, but guess who played it on the air? Guess who played it on the air?
Flying Monkey.
You got it.
But I got that video before she played it, and I gave it to you, and you downloaded it.
Yep, sure did.
And I downloaded it. I still got it, too. So, see, I found his unlisted video, and I grabbed it. Just like I data mined Ed Ramirez, and I found his email.
Yeah,
I got your ass.
Ramirez and I were supposed to be really good friends. We spent a lot of time on the phone. But guess what? I'm a fake cop. I'm a fake cop. It's all on my goddamn community page. You want to see close-up pictures of the badge? Very good.
It's real.
Badge. It's a real badge. It's been checked out by Tucson PD. it's been checked out because I've been doxxed every which way but loose. It's been checked out by the local PD, which is Marina PD.
You know what's funny about that? You know what's funny? Rick Crude called Homeland Security investigations on us once.
Yeah.
He called the FBI. He did all this stuff. And those 3-letter agencies have checked all that stuff out.
Yep.
Themselves, and they've authenticated it.
It's all been checked out. If you people think the FBI and local Tucson local PD and Marina local PD are a bunch of malfeasant DMs, I'll put it that way, you fill in the rest of the letters, you better think again.
I don't need people on the shit show or wherever to call me a fake cop. I've already had multiple agencies authenticate what I did.
Even
and
Rick
on top of that,
authenticated it.
Yeah,
even authenticated it.
Yeah, when he doxed it. Yeah, it was like when he doxed your band.
Not only that, but when he got on the website and read when there was a PD there.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, Rick Crude showed it all right. He showed that where our agency was dissolved on July 1st of 2021. Yeah, he sort of did. He did.
But Abe was a cop with that agency before it was dissolved.
Yeah, kind of, sort of. Looks that way. You know what I did? I went and got a agency letterhead that shows my title, my name, and the years I was commissioned out there.
Yeah,
I did that.
Don't you ever?
Oh, they're never getting that. Now they want a DD 214, and you're not getting that either. How's that?
Yep.
It's not happening. Nice try. So, anyways, you're not getting shit from me unless you're hiring me for a job and you demand it from my resume to prove things I've done. You're not getting shit from me. You guys don't take it personal, anyone. But you're a bunch of YouTubers, just like me. Just like you don't have to show your receipts to me. I don't have to show them to you either.
Well, I can't wait. I can't wait till somebody stops wasting oxygen, Keith. Let me just put it to you that way.
I'm sure you are. But Lady Di, I want to ask you something. Have you ever given me anyone's docs that you knew or contact information?
No.
Have you ever done that?
Nope.
No, you haven't.
I gave People Tyrant Wars somebody's docs, though.
Yeah, that they have. But see, I'm not in their group. So I have my own ways of figuring things out. Yep. And if you're listening to Ed Ramirez, I data mined your dumbass, and I got your email. How do you like them apples?
But good old Ed Ramirez, he won't have anything to do with me. He won't talk to me anymore.
Yep.
And I can even show you text off of my phone to him and asking him, what is your problem with me? I haven't said anything about you. He won't even answer that because I was a fake cop. Because Rick Crude said so.
Bullshit. Because this dude, along with everyone else that turned on you, until the day came when Rick Crude doxed your badge, they swore up and down that your badge said C as in Charlie, ERT.
Which is community, not sheriff.
I used to be on that too. Those are the people that wear the green vests and the helmets, and they're like search and rescue and all kinds of things.
Sure. But that starts with the C, not an S. The S for cert.
It's a nonprofit. It's a nonprofit organization, and they often work with city governments and counties, and they help them out. That's what they do. On the attacks of 9/11, the CERT volunteers played a key role in the recovery effort. Yes, they did.
Yep, but the S in cert stands for sheriff.
That is correct. And once he doxed it, then everyone got to see there's an S as in Sam or Sierra instead of a C as in Charles.
Go to my community page. You got a really nice close-up view of it.
Absolutely. It's on all your channels. All 7 of them, it's on your channels.
Yep, and I'm soon going to have an 8th.
Good for you. So Salty Rant told me that it was illegal to have another channel, and he already had like 6 or 7 or 8 of them. So I said, guess what?
Yeah, he had 8 of them already.
Yeah, I says, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to make myself an illegal backup channel like you did, you dumbass. Just like his buddy Rick Crude. So, anyways, what's so funny about Rick Crude is he actually was boasting about me the other week, and he goes, well, the reason Abe doesn't want us to call the university and contact them is because he doesn't want to get in trouble for impersonating an officer.
He's not impersonating an officer. I'm telling you, people, he was an actual law enforcement officer.
Yeah, I was, but you know something else?
A black and white squad car, people.
You're right.
Can any of you people go to a law enforcement agency and tell them, give me the goddamn keys for that squad out there? I'm going to take the first step. Give me a break.
No, but you know something else that's funny about that? Is he forgot to tell his audience that he already flood called the university, at least that I've confirmed, 14 times.
Yep.
And he sent them at least
how many emails?
I believe it 5 or 6. It's 5 or 6.
Yep.
So of course he's not going to tell that to his audience, is he?
But he claims, look at all the law enforcement he claims he was. He was a U.S. Marshal.
Yeah, I know.
Step above SCOTUS.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, he was a step above the Secret Service.
Oh, he was part of a secret agency or something.
Yeah, right.
He was then he lied. Here's another lie that this dude told. He said, well, when this shit started hitting the fan with Huckleberry and her National Guard thing, well, then Rick Crude got on her channel. She made that video private, but not before I clipped that sucker out of there. And what he said, it's in a video short on my channel. What he said is that, well, okay, so I'm not a veteran, and the only reason I faked being a Marine recon dude was to troll Abe. But that's not true, is it?
No, it's
Let me ask you something, Lady Di. How long have you known Rick Crude? How many years about?
I knew Rick Crude. I was introduced to Rick Crude when he got back on after being off for a year. He was
like 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
Oh, 5, 6 years ago, whatever it was.
Yeah. So let me ask you something. When you first got to know this dude, was he telling you the same tall tales as everybody else that he was Marine Force Recon back then?
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he?
Yeah, and I didn't until you can prove it, you can say what you want, and that's fine. My dog is fine, except she's wrecked with my live-in that I have. She's in there with my live-in right now. They're in there watching computer. She's watching him play computer games. You know, my dog watches TV.
Dogs do that, yeah. The cats will too occasionally.
Yeah, but she's doing pretty good, except she's wrecked.
Yeah. Well, it's what's so funny about all this is that these people that said they were your friends that backstabbed you like they did last year, and even the ones that did it back in 2019 in the Ballad of the Wrenches.
Yep.
What sort of a true, real, actual friend would do that to another friend?
It's impossible. You wouldn't get a true friend to do that.
No.
Give me a break.
Like Ms. Joe, how many years did you know this woman?
Oh God, I've known her for several years.
And then, okay, so what did you do? Did you say anything to her to get her to say that to you? I don't think you did.
No, I didn't. I didn't say anything to her.
No. Did I have anything to do with it? No, I didn't.
Nope. You know, you people's problems with Abe are your problems with Abe. They're not mine.
That's right. That's right. You got a problem with me? You know where to find me, and I will take you on one by one. I don't need anyone else to do it. I don't need a Captain Save-A-Ho. I don't need any. All I need is my room. If you're going to attack me, we're going to have a tit for tat back and forth. Let's do it. Let's get it over with and have fun.
Yep. Yeah, her name is Snowball because she was 1.5 pounds when I got her. And I've got videos, live videos of her where my actual hand is bigger than she was when I got her.
I remember your dog, RJ.
Oh yeah, RJ, the little pizza thief.
That's the one. That's it. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a cutie.
Oh, she's in with my live-in right now. They're in there watching. She's in there watching him play computer games.
Well, it sounds like your pooch has got a pretty good life.
Yeah.
But be it as it may, look, I mean, you've been live almost for 4 hours now. I know you haven't been live, and God, it's well, I'm trying to remember the last time you went live was back in January or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I mingle in a lot of different YouTube communities. I'm in a lot of them, I watch different podcasters and stuff, and some of them even know me. So I'm all over the place. I'm not just in one spot, but that's me. See, that's what I do. But as far as this channel, there's only one person that controls it, and that's you.
Yeah.
This is your channel. You do what you want with it. I have plenty of my own channels that I do not need to take over yours. Trust me on that.
Oh, I know. You got your hands full enough with your own stuff.
RJ
RJ was a blue dabbled dachshund and a
Yes, he was.
mix. RJ.
Yeah, he sure was.
And I named him after my husband, but my husband never knew it.
That's also correct.
That was the most bullheadedest dog I've ever had in my entire freaking life. Bullheaded, my God, I can't believe it. As that dog was. RJ stands for Robert Jr.
It does. Yes, it does. How that dude never figured that out is beyond me.
Yeah, I know it.
But
I drove all the way to Florida from Chicago, all the way to Florida to get him. There was an old woman that had a Pomeranian that had been hit by a car. Both of her whole entire back end, she couldn't stand with her back legs. So she just dragged herself along with her front legs. This old woman had her, and then they had a blue dabbled dachshund. A blue dabbled dachshund has got black skin underneath the fur, and neither one of them had ever been fixed. And the blue dabbled dachshund bred the Pomeranian, and the old one, when the Pomeranian had the puppies, she picked them all up and went out and put them in the garbage can alive. And she was a neighbor to my sister.
That's
and
sad.
My sister went out and pulled all the puppies out of there, fed them with eyedroppers, and then started finding homes for them. And she was down to RJ. I wanted a female. I don't like male dogs. I wanted a female. I'd rather get them spayed and deal with that and not deal with the mess of them being a female than having a male, because every male dog I've ever seen will mark their territory. They'll lift their leg on your furniture, on your wall, on your bed leg, the leg of your bed, on the doors. I just don't like male dogs. But that's the last pup she had, and I drove all the way down to Lakeland, Florida, and my sister has passed, so I can dox where she lived. I drove all the way from Chicago down to Lakeland, Florida, and I got RJ, and I brought him home. And my husband had a seizure. I mean, he had a fit. We don't need any more damn dogs. I mean, we just had a dog. The last dog that we had was a black and tan Doberman, 130-pound black and tan Doberman. And she died with leukemia because she was an American bred dog. I can't remember the name of that disease, but one day it was in the wintertime, and she got sick. She didn't throw up, but she had the shivers. There was snow out on the ground. She went out. I took her out to go to the bathroom because it had been a long time. And she peed in the snow, and she was actually peeing her red blood cells. It looked like a snow cone. Took her to the vet. The vet had her for, God, probably 3 weeks, 4 weeks. She'd been through 3 complete body transfusions, and there was nothing else the vet could do. And he says, the only thing I can do is put her down. There is no help for her. But I can't remember the name of the disease. But American bred Dobermans, you know, they're prone to this. They're prone to this, along with hip dysplasia and all kinds of other things. But the people that owned her got her when she was, I think, 3-4 months old. The woman got pissed off because the puppy, she was a puppy then, started to chew the rung on her kitchen chair. And it was sleeting and raining and sleeting and snowing, and the woman took her outside and chained her up on a fence and left her out there to freeze to death and die. And her neighbor said to me, do you want a Doberman? I said, what do you mean, do I want a Doberman? And she told me, she said, this is what this woman did. And I said, yeah, I'll take her. That was the Doberman. But RJ was thrown in a garbage can with all the other puppies. I mean, they were fresh born. Their eyes weren't open, anything. And this old bitch threw all these puppies in the garbage can alive. Instead of getting the female fixed, and instead of getting the male fixed, which in Florida, she could have had that done for free. She could have had it done for free. But she was too goddamn lazy to do it. She didn't give a damn that they could both breed. She could care less. She'd just throw them in the garbage can. Pick them up, put them in her apron, walk out to the garbage can and take the lid off and throw them in the bottom. She could care less. So I can't do that. I can't do that to a dog. And then we got Lady. Lady, we swapped. My daughter and I here in Arizona, when I lived up by Chicago, swapped dogs for a while. Because RJ was a male and he was hiking his leg on her one of her walls. And she says, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going crazy. I said, I don't know what to tell you. She put up with that until the dog died. And I took back her dog that she spent $1,500 on when she lived up the street from me. She was a Bashan and Cocker mix. And she spent $1,500 on that dog. Why? Because she couldn't afford to take care of her anymore. She was a dog that was a high maintenance dog, just like Snowball was a high maintenance dog. You'd have to have her groomed every month. And my daughter won't feed them garbage dog food. No more than I spend more on Snowball's dog food than I do my own food. It costs me $100 a bag for the one dog food, and it's bison and venison mix, and it's small kibble, and then small kibble salmon, and I mix the two, and that's what she eats. I spend more money on her food than I do my own. If you can't afford to take care of a pet, don't get it. It costs me $100 every 4 weeks to get her groomed. And it's a full groom. And it's more than to get her, to do her groom. That's a bath, a blow dry, haircut. All the hair in her ear canals has to be pulled out. And her rectal glands have to be cleaned every 4 weeks. If a dog scoots on the floor, they rub their butt on the floor, it's because their rectal glands are clogged. And I'm not going to, and plus I've had her spayed. And then you've got rabies shots, parvo shots, distemper stuff. You got that all the time to deal with too. If you can't afford a pet, don't get it. If you're not willing to spend it, leave the dog where it's at and never buy from a puppy mill. You know what they do to them dogs to breed them? They stand in wire cages. Don't buy from a puppy mill. I bought Snowball through a private breeder. I spent $400 on her as a pup. 1.5 pounds, 3 months when I got her. And it was 7 or 8 months before I allowed her to go outside to go potty. And she's got a doggy door. But out in Arizona, you'll get valley fever. People get valley fever. It's a virus that hides in your long bones. Every person that works in construction out here has it, and they'll die with it. There is no cure. Every dog that's out here has it. If they've ever been outside, has it. If you get in a windstorm out here, you roll your windows up because that virus comes from the ground out here. So, what can I say? If you can't afford it, don't do it. Just don't.
Yeah, I know. That is just like the animals can catch valley fever. Unfortunately, so can people too.
That's what I just said. If you work construction, if you work construction, you have valley fever, and it's a virus. It hides in your long bones. Google it. Valley fever.
Right.
In Arizona.
Yeah, it's microbes that have never been disturbed in the soil out west is what it is.
Yep. See,
that's a funny comment.
I rescued I take care of him, but he has really bad teeth. Yep, I get it. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what you can do, Keith. I can show you the stuff that you got to have. Hang on for a second. I can go to the kitchen and get it because the Snowball has bad teeth. When I say bad teeth, it's her teeth are turning brown, and it's because all small dogs don't chew enough. They don't chew big enough stuff to keep the plaque and crap scraped off of their teeth. Let me show you what, and you have to have a script for this that I use on Snowball.
I can tell you that I have not had a dog myself in 20 years.
This stuff is expensive. It comes in a large bottle, and the bottle's been sitting out there. It needs to be wiped off. It's called CHLORA zinc, Chlorozinc. It's a liquid. It's by Vet One. This is an 8-ounce bottle, and it's very expensive. Let me turn the camera on. There you go, Chlorozinc. It's for cats or dogs. It's got you take this cap off, and it's got a thing that screws on, and it's got a little spout that sticks out about like this. And all you do is one here and one here on their teeth, and let them lick. After you put it on their teeth, squirt it on one side, then they're going to lick, and it's going to put it on the inside of the teeth, and then get the other side, and then takes care of the other side. You use this for 2 weeks, once a day for 2 weeks. Then you let it go for 2 weeks, and then do it for 2 more weeks. And by the time you hit the second week, their teeth are white. They're absolutely white. This is the best stuff made. I don't know.
Yeah, I've seen that in veterinarian offices.
Yeah, you have to go to a vet to get this.
Yeah.
You cannot buy this over the counter.
Mm-mm.
This is the best stuff in the world for that. I'm tired. It's past my bedtime. It's 9 o'clock. I got to get
Yeah,
out.
you've been going for over 4 hours. You have been live. Like this is your second time going live all year, and we killed it for over 4 hours.
Yeah.
So I mean, you were on the panel for over an hour or something of it, but yeah, we've been on here a long time.
Yep.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's been a joy. It's been a pleasure, a privilege. When you do go live, and when you go live, this is your show. Have fun, and people that want to be nice and contribute rather than troll. Yeah, I just like I say, I would close out by simply saying you'd be amazed at what you can learn about people rather than just trolling them. Just get to know them a little. You might find something in common with them. You just might. And you might find out that they're not such a bad person after all.
Yeah.
Now, people we've talked about are bad actors, but I'm talking about the other people. So, yes. There's one thing I did want to say, if I can find it. It's on my tab, and it was shared by another channel. And I'll grab it in a second here.
There it is. Chlorhexidine rinse.
Chlorhexidine. Say that 10 times fast.
Yeah, I know, but I mean this is off of the prescription, and yeah, I take her to Sulfex Homes or Hills Pet Clinic. They're very expensive vet, but there's the actual name of it. Chlorhexidine rinse. 0.13%. Check into it for cats or dogs. This takes care of all the bad breath. The brown stuff on their teeth is what gives them bad breath. You can also use this stuff. You should be able to get about anywhere.
Yes, I've seen those.
These work really well too, because when you use this and then wipe her teeth with that in between, this will wipe the plaque off of her teeth, the brown off of her teeth. If you just use this, it doesn't wipe off. But if you use this with this, and these are like pull-out wipes. Okay, pull-out wipes. And these they make her breath smell great. And she actually loves it. And the next time that I do wait a minute, we got a problem here.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, you do.
We don't know more.
No problem taken care of.
Actually, Karen Crud could probably use these on his gums. Anyway, and these are for cats or dogs. These are really good stuff. They're really, really good stuff. The top will actually pull out, and you can it's in a wine, just like your wipes for wiping your hand. Yep. Yeah, I beat you to it. You got to learn to do that. Do it. That's
why you got a wrench. You could do it. So anyways, it's taken care of.
Yeah, that's why you got a wrench, Unholy. These will work, and get some of this. I'm telling you. If you could smell this product, and I mean, just get the outside of the teeth and wipe them, top and bottom. And I will show you how well trained she is the next time that I do a stream. Remind me, I'll show you. You just have to train your dog to hold still. Don't scream at it. Don't beat on it. Don't shake it. Don't hit it. Talk to your dog. Teach it. Your dog can learn. It's got a brain. Your dog has a brain. It's not stupid. Because a lot of people think you got a stupid dog. It's because you've not taken the time to teach it. Once you get across to the dog what you want the dog to do, it will do it. And when you reinforce that, once you teach it something, then you teach it something else. And then you go back and reinforce what you did the first time. And then the second time, you keep reinforcing that back and forth, back and forth. It's repetitiveness. And then teach your dog something else. I can take a steak bone and lay it on my floor and look at my dog and tell her, leave it. Tell her, Snowball, leave it. And she will look the other way, laying right next to it, and won't touch it. She won't even look at it. I can take my dinner plate, go out for dinner, take my dinner plate and hold it right down with her head, her nose, the plate here, and her head right here, right on top of it. And she'll turn her head away like that. If I laid a steak bone on the floor and went outside, I don't know what she'd do. I don't know if she'd get in it or she'd leave it alone. I've never tried it. Use short commands. Keep your tone the same as you always keep your tone. Your dog's not stupid. Cats I know nothing about, but dogs are not stupid. I'm deathly allergic to cats. I can't be around one, but
Yeah.
But I could show you. I could take it. I tell her, hold still, and take a hold of her lip over here on the side, pull it up and show you her teeth. Touch it with my fingers. Do anything I want to do with her. I could take these scissors. If the hair gets growing right up next to her eye up here, I could take these scissors and tell her hold still. And put the scissors up there and clip it off. These are sharp hair scissors. These are for cutting your hair. I'll show you. It just takes, you don't do that the first time when you're teaching her. You don't do that the first time when you're teaching her. You keep it away from her eyes. But I can absolutely trim the hair all the way around her eyes. I can trim the hair that grows down her sides of her lips on her face. But I will show you people. It's not difficult. It just takes time. The only thing I haven't figured out how to teach her to do is pick up a pill bottle. Having to take a specific pill at night for a while. Wasn't a sleeping tablet. I dropped it. Now, this house doesn't have any carpeting in it. It's all tile. The only rug or carpeting, whatever you want to call it, are 5x7 carpets. And I bought them and put them in here. I have one in each bedroom. The front bedroom, this is a 3-bedroom house. I put one in the front bedroom and in my bedroom, master bedroom. And it's along the bed so that when you get up, your feet aren't on that cold, damn tile. I dropped one of these pills. And at this time, I could still get up and walk out of a chair if I had a cane. But I wasn't doing really great on my feet. I dropped the pill and it disappeared. It rolled underneath the bed. And there's about, 2.5 foot of carpet underneath the bed and the rest of it's out. So it would be 5 foot out from maybe a fourth underneath the bed out. The damn pill rolled underneath and went on the tile. And she can get underneath my bed, but I sure as hell can't. You got about this much room from the bed frame to the floor. I thought, what in the hell am I going to do? I got to get that pill because it would have hurt her. Got myself down on the floor with a cane, and I tried to reach it, and I couldn't reach it. Underneath the bed she goes. And I said, no, Snowball, no, come. And she usually will come to me. She wouldn't come to me that time. She looked at me and looked at the pill, looked at me and looked at the pill. And I'm trying to reach that damn pill with the cane. And every time I get close enough to it, the cane would bump it and push it farther under. She went underneath the bed. And I thought, shit, what am I going to do? And I keep a bottle of Ipecac here too for her. Might not be the most intelligent thing to do, but if you got to make your dog throw up, you got to make her throw up. Ipecac will do it. Anyway, underneath the bed she went, and she kept looking at me and looking at the pill, going back and forth. And I'm trying to reach that son of a bitchin' pill with a cane. I can't do it. And I keep pushing it farther and farther under. And it's a queen size bed. And I can't get under it. She went underneath and she picked the pill up and she came out. I said, come. Snowball, come. She came out from underneath the bed. She sat right down in front of me and she dropped the pill on the floor and looked at me. And I reached over and picked the pill up. And you betcha I gave her treats for that. But I've only done that once. So she is poodle. And she's poodle and can't remember the other breed. Poodles are really smart. And the other breed, it's not Michon. He's a multi-pool. So Maltese. She's Maltese and poodle. So if you look at her hair, her tail and her ears are the Maltese. They're straight hair. And the hair on her ears, as I said, the ears and her tail. Everything else is poodle, little corkscrews. You can get, here's the hair from brushing her tail. Because I brushed her tail this morning and her ears. If you look at that, you see the little tips on that? That is a regular poodle brush with rubber tips. It's called a small animal brush. Not a poodle brush, a small animal because of the rubber tips. See the little rubber tips? And this will brush her right out. I don't let her, Maltese and poodle. So she's called a multi-poo. I had to think for a minute. It's been a while since I even thought about that. But this, if you look at this hair is all straight. See the hair? It's all straight. That's straight hair from her tail. That's the Maltese. Maltese dogs are bullheads. They are very, if you get a straight Maltese, they've got the straight hair. It's all straight. And they're bullheaded dogs. But if you mix that with a poodle, you got a damn smart dog that doesn't forget. I can take a leash and put a leash on her and put the leash on my hand and lay my arm down on the side of my wheelchair and then control my chair with my other hand and tell her follow. And I can come down out of that mobility van and down the ramp. She'll come down the ramp right behind me and then jump off of it. And then I can close the ramp and the door and then go wherever I'm going to go. She goes in grocery stores with me. She goes to my doctor's office with me. She goes to restaurants with me. And she'll lay in my lap. If I'm in a restaurant, she'll lay in my lap and I'll take a napkin, unfold the napkin and put the napkin on top of her because I can only get so close to the table because of this, the foot thing. She doesn't move. She's covered with a napkin. And the only reason I put the napkin on her is because if I plop something down on her, a piece of food down on her, gravy or mashed potatoes or vegetable or meat, whatever it is, it's not going to get on her. It's going to go on the napkin. She'll lay right across my lap and she'll put her head. See if I can show you. Not drop the damn. She'll lay her head right here. Can you see that?
Yes.
She'll lay her head right here. And her body is right across my lap. She doesn't move. She does not move. Till I ask her, well, you ready to go? No, I doubt if I could teach Salty to flush the toilet because with him you'd need a power plunger. You'd have
Oh my God.
You'd have to have Hopper go over there and plunge it with his stuff.
Well, we know the real reason why he was doing those videos is because he was mad at none other than Felipe Hemming.
Yeah.
So that's a blast to the past.
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
So Keith, she's a Maltese and poodle, so she's a multi-poo. That's her breed. But she is so smart. My only problem is getting across to her, and this is my problem, not her problem, is getting across to her what I want her to do. I think Defend is a very intelligent man. I think he's got some mental problems. That's my opinion, and I'm not trying to cut the guy. He leash broke Snowball in 15 minutes. And he told me, and I'll tell you the same thing that he told me. When you go to teach a dog something, less is more. Think about that. Less is more. And it's your problem getting across to your dog what you want your dog to do. But it took him 3 years to teach Emma. So don't think that, he tells her something and I don't talk dog. Do you talk dog? Your dog don't talk human either. But you've taught your dog commands in whatever language you speak. I can tell her to sit, but I don't tell her sit. I took some lessons from Defend and I watched him. I tell her seist. That's German for sit. Seist. If I want her to lay down, I tell her Platz. Because I don't want you to walk up to my dog and give her commands and have her do it. If she took food out of someone else's hand, she would be in trouble, and she knows it. She doesn't eat food off the floor. Go in a restaurant, kids drop food on the floor. She won't touch it. I've yet to see Defend take Emma in a restaurant that he didn't have to sit there and hang on to her collar. I don't have to hang on to her collar. And I'm not saying she's any smarter than Emma is either. I'm not saying that. It's the way you train them. Are people allowed to what? Pay her? You mean pet her? Yeah, pet her. If I'm out, I don't like to do that because when she's working, I don't want people to do that. But I have had, here's something that actually happened. I'm out. I'm at a restaurant. I'm at a buffet. I'm in a line. And I've got her. I've got her with me because where I go, she goes. It's very seldom that I will go and not take her. Now, if my live-in is here, and she's with my live-in, she don't want to come, I'm not going to force her to come. But if I can get her to come, she'll go with me if he's, if he's here. I'm standing in this line, and here's this woman got a toddler. Now, she had just been groomed, so she was good and clean. I don't take her anywhere that she's not good and clean. And I have my own cage dryer, so I can dry her with a cage dryer. And I can wash her in my kitchen sink in my wheelchair and not stand up. I can do the same thing with my laundry tubs. I can wash her in the laundry tub, but I have a harder time rinsing her in the laundry tub because I can't plug the bottom of the laundry tub and use that water over and over and over on her. You just put more dirty water and soapy water in her. But I can, and I don't have a sprayer that will fit that faucet. I've got to get a high-rise faucet for that laundry tub. So she had just been groomed. I won't trim her because my eyes aren't that good, but I can fix whatever's, a few hairs that need to be trimmed. I can do that. And I've got the razor and all that crap. And my granddaughter is a licensed dog groomer. She has a state license for Arizona, and she's no longer in Arizona, but she has a state license for the state she's in now, and I'm not going to say what state that is. Why? Because old Ricky would really like to know. Anyway, I'm in this line, and this woman's got this little bitty toddler, and I mean a little bitty toddler. This is the kind of a kid you'd put up in the front basket of a grocery cart. This woman didn't know what my dog would do or wouldn't do. And I've got her sitting and looking at me. And when she looks away, what you do is you say, no, look at me. Say her name, Snowball, look at me. And if she turns her head, you tell her, ignore. Snowball, look at me. So she's sitting there looking at me, and this little bitty toddler who's slobbering walks up and hugs my dog. And the woman walks up to me, and she says, oh, you've got a beautiful dog. I said, thank you. But I said, she's working. Well, she won't bite, will she? Think about that. After her kid hugged the dog with her head and her face right down by my dog's face, well, she won't bite, will she? Now's a hell of a time to think about that, isn't it? I said, no, she won't bite. And she won't bite. She won't bite. She don't growl at anybody except for lizards. She don't like lizards. She'll growl at the lizards and chase lizards outside. That's the only thing she'll growl at. Birds come down. A bird comes down. That dog, you can't tell me that dog isn't going to go after that bird if she gets half a chance. She did once, and I yelled at her. I said, didn't yell, I raised my voice. And I said, Snowball, no, leave it. And when I said Snowball, she stopped, looked at me, and I said, leave it. She turned around and walked backwards the other way. It just takes time. And keep repeating. Keep repeating. Keep repeating. They'll get it. The only thing I don't know how to teach her to do is pick up one of these. I don't know how to teach her how to pick up one of these. and I want it with pills in it. I don't want it empty. And it doesn't matter if I've got an empty one. I don't know how to teach her how to pick this up. She'll pick up a pill and she won't eat it. And she won't, as far as I know, won't take food out of anybody else's hand, because if she does, she's in trouble. If she goes to take food out of your hand, if you offer her food or a treat, I will raise my voice and I'll say, Snowball, no, leave it. And she'll turn her head and look the other way. But I don't know how to teach her how to pick up one of these.
There's an old saying that you can't teach an old dog new tricks, because you can certainly do it with humans from time to time.
Sure you can. So, yeah, she's a really smart dog. She's a really smart dog. But I put that onto the poodle side. And her stubbornness to keep trying and keep trying. I've got a hearing aid sounding.
Yeah, you've been on. It's probably time to get going here. I'm sure you're tired too, anyway.
Yeah.
But the one thing, there's one thing I did want to read out to everyone to take in consideration, and I found this on another YouTube channel. It's if you know the channel NatClo 2.0, does a lot of clips in the drama community and stuff. And this will be my closing statement. Everything we talked about and all that. I guess it's not going to just let me jump out, because I have to end your live stream to leave, and I don't want to end your live stream. So I'll just stay here until you end it. And that is this, okay? This is my closing statement. It's a very short, sweet, and right to the point saying, I guess. Or somebody wrote this, and it's called The Turn. And it goes like this. Most people online will turn. Ones you thought never would turn eventually do. And that's all I wanted to say. Thanks for tuning in, and it's been a great live stream. And whenever it is that you go live again, I know we're going to have fun again.
Oh yeah,
absolutely. Anyway, That's it. Abe out, and I'll let you do your closing thing, and then I will. Because if I hit, it's not giving me the option to hop out, because you made me a co-host in your StreamYard.
Yeah.
So I'll just sit here and let you do your closeout. Thank you.
Notice that both sides of the light is still lit. So somebody's got to convince me that I don't have things around here that do what they want.
Well, if it's not a short circuit, then yeah, there's something
no, it's
going
not
on there for sure.
I wired that. I installed that light. I wired that. The wires are. I don't just twist wires together and put a wire nut on them. I solder them. So the wires in that light are soldered together. Yeah. So there's no way in hell that you convince me. Now I got the other one sounding. There's no way you can convince me that that's a loose connection. I'm just saying. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm thousands of miles away from you. I can't help you there. I wish I could, but
well, I got my live-in. I got my live-in that could, but I know the wiring is good in it, so I don't get it unless it's a switch. But then the switch is a variable switch. It's a rheostat.
Okay. Yeah.
It's a rheostat.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
And both bulbs are still lit. So it's not that. So what the hell else could it be? Huh?
Could be the ghost of YouTube past.
Yeah, well, I had a girl one time I found in my hall. She was right over here in my hall. And I thought for a minute it could have been my granddaughter, but it wasn't. Because she didn't have a dress the way that an Empire fitting dress like this. She was right. Yeah. She was right there. I've seen my husband, just this part of his head from here up. go from the front bedroom down the hall to the master bedroom. Seen that once. Haven't seen anything else. And I haven't seen them for quite a while. The girl, who's probably, I would guess the girl was 12, 14 years old, which would have put her at the right age. But my granddaughter didn't have a dress like that. She wasn't buried in a dress like that. It was an Empire Fit checkered dress. And it was long sleeve. And again, the Empire waist. So from the bust, it was fitting, form fitting to through the bust, and then full skirt. That's an Empire. I haven't seen them for a long time, probably 2 years. So I doubt they're coming back. If I see my husband again, then I know something's up. Because that's the only time I've seen him is when something not good was happening. But it wasn't with me. It was with one of his kids. So he's not stupid. He might not be here in a physical form, but he's here. And I can smell him. He used wild root hair cream. And if you've ever smelled wild root hair cream, it has a specific smell to it. And that's what he used on his hair. That's what he used on his hair. So
next time we go live, you'll have to tell some of the stories, other stories and things he's done, because there's a lot of other stuff about him that he went and did. And a lot of it's still a staple to the community today, to this day.
Yep.
Like the radio tower atop of the public safety building and all of that stuff,
He put the coax up. He put the antenna up. And
he did.
I'm telling you, that's like shit. That's over 300 foot tall. If you want to take the whole length of the building and the tower and
the tower that sits. I think it's like a 50-foot, 40 or 50-foot tower that sits on top of that building.
Yeah,
and the building itself is, I think it's like 7 or 8 stories high.
Yeah,
something like that.
He told me when he come down from there, his feet hurt really bad. He had his work boots on instead of using cowboy boots. He would rather climb a tower with cowboy boots because of the arch it's concrete arch,
Right.
So, yep.
Jeepers.
Yeah, he was. He was a good American. He could be a son of a bitch when he wanted to be too, but then so can I.
That's true. It was a shared trait between you two.
Yeah, we were kind of soulmates, kind of, sort of.
A little bit.
He could go to say something and I could finish it, and he could do the same thing with me.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember in the last year or so, it was those homemade chocolate cakes and all that stuff. Remember that?
Yeah, my daughter. My daughter would make him a cake a week. And,
I remember that. Yeah,
I'm going to tell you people something right now. If you know anyone with cancer, do not give them sweets. Don't give them cakes, donuts, frostings. And I mean, the cakes that we made, you know what the inside of a Hostess cupcake is like, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's the kind of frosting we used to put on the cakes.
Yes, it is.
I didn't want him having all that damn sugar. But there's enough sugar in the cake itself. Don't give it, because cancer will go crazy on sweet.
Yeah. But
when they do a PET scan, I asked them what they give them to drink, if it was radioactive or what. They said, no, it's just sugar water.
Right.
Real sweet sugar water. Now, that's back in 2005, 2006. I don't know what's in it now. All I can speak of is at the time. And when they showed me the results of the PET scan. I said, why? Why is he lit up like a Christmas tree? And they told me, because sugar makes cancer go crazy. You know, anybody with cancer, don't give them sweets. Don't do it. You're killing them. He used to love Oreo cookies and milk every night. Every freaking night, because that cake wouldn't last a week. Well, then I had 2 girls that were in it too, but they didn't eat a lot of sweets. They might have one regular sized slice of it, but then he'd eat the rest of it. But then he'd eat Oreo cookies and milk every night, every freaking night. He'd get up in his underwear and eat goddamn Oreo cookies and milk. Dunk his freaking Oreo cookies in milk and eat it. What can I say? He was amazing.
He had a sweet tooth.
He could build furniture. I can show you furniture he built.
Yeah, he did that too. He used to repair motors and stuff for people's lawnmowers and snowblowers.
Yep. He used to
rebuild them and stuff. Oh, yeah, he did all that stuff.
There was a guy next door that bought a brand spanking new, they're green lawnmower rider. The real expensive ones. Shit, I'll think of it in a bit. I've never owned one.
A Toro?
No. The green, like a John Deere green.
Oh, is it the Caterpillar?
I don't think it was Caterpillar. No. Anyway, he bought it brand spanking new, brought it home, and he couldn't keep the oil out of the gas. And it was an old man. He'd been cut in two. He was in World War II. He had been cut in two with a machine gun, and then they sewed him back together, and he could walk again. They told him he'd never walk again, and he could. He come over and said to my husband, I can't get my mower started again. I can't get my mower started. It won't start. Had the mower deck on the bottom, the old ball of wax. And it was green. It was Caterpillar green. Or John Deere green, rather. I'm sorry, not Caterpillar green. Caterpillar's yellow. He went over and took a look at it, and he said, well, let me take it home, take a look at it. He emptied the gasoline out of it. Emptied the oil out of it, and he ripped it all the way down to as far down as you could get it. And he says, well, I found out what your problem was, Bill. The guy's name was Bill. He said, what's wrong? He said, the block is broke. It's cracked. He says, it can't be. It's brand spanking new. Bob says, I don't know what to tell you. Come look. He had everything, the whole engine disassembled. The guy come over and he looked. He says, I'll be damned. Put it back together. Can you put it back together? Yeah, he says, I can put it back together. That ain't a problem. He put it back together and put the gas back in it, put the oil back in it, started it up, and drove it up on the trailer so the guy could take it back to where he bought it. And the guy told him the block's cracked. And they didn't believe it, so they had to tear it down, tear it apart. They gave the guy a brand spanking new mower. Said, I don't know how you figured out the block was cracked. He says, that's for me to know and you to find out. We used to love to work engine work together. We used to overhaul cars. We used to overhaul car engines for the fun of it. You got to buy the parts. You pay for the parts. We'll go get them and you pay for the parts and we'll do all the work. We do it for the fun of it. And he'd have 3-pound metal coffee cans. You just start ripping the thing down. You start filling up coffee cans with parts, with screws and bolts and nuts and all kinds of crap. Just throw them in there. strip her all the way down, take it in, get the engine boiled, the block clean. We'd get the valves. We'd hire the valves to be returned, and we had all the equipment to. We had a hoist in the garage. Take the engine right the hell out of the car. Throw everything in a bushel basket. Put all the nuts and bolts and all that crap in a coffee can, couple coffee cans. And when we get it all done, we'd rehome the cylinders. We'd put new rings in it. Deglaze the cylinders. The only damn thing I've never been able to do, and I'll admit it, and he used to laugh like hell at me. He'd say, anytime you want the damn distributor taken out of a car and put back in, but you want it put back in 180 degrees out, have Diane do it. She can't do it. Every damn time was 180 degrees out. Anyway, we did that shit for fun. We did it just for something to do together. We didn't care. I've seen a time when I had nails like this on all fingers. The rest of them aren't that long because I broke them. But they'd all be like this for length. And by the time I got done, I had to cut them down to the quick because they were all covered. And Gojo won't take it out from underneath your nails. It won't take grease out from underneath your nails. But I would rather do that than I would cook a meal or clean house. And it's not that I got a dirty house. I just don't enjoy. I don't enjoy keeping house. I'd rather have somebody else do it. I just don't enjoy doing the work. I don't mind scrubbing the grout. I don't mind scrubbing the floors. I don't care. I don't mind doing that. I don't mind dusting the furniture. I don't mind doing that, but I got to be able to reach it. And I can't reach it from my ass being 17 inches off the floor. It don't work. It just don't work. So whatever. Yeah, it's late. It's going to take me an hour to bathe yet. It's 10 minutes to 10, and I am really tired.
Yeah, we'll let you cut it off, and you had a very successful live stream tonight. We got a lot of stuff hammered out. Had a lot of fun in the process too, I think, and we'll do it again whenever.
Yeah.
You know, whenever. Yeah. If anyone's interested, I'll do I'll kick my StreamYard, and we'll do just an open chat panel tomorrow if anybody's interested. Otherwise, do it some other time.
Yeah.
So I can turn it on if anybody wants tomorrow. I got some things I got to do during the day, but towards the evening I could jumpstart it. No problem. Sure.
Yeah.
You know, yes, whatever.
Yes, no problem.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
All right. Well, cool. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait for you to end it because I can't. If I click the button, it's gonna kill your live stream, and you probably want to hit your outro or whatever you're gonna do. There.
Yeah, I want to do my outro. Yeah. And I got to redo my outro because I got to put all the channels in there.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we can work on that.
Yep. So.
All right, cool. Well, hey, it's been cool, been fun, been real, and I'll just sit here and let you close it out. Thanks again. Be good, everybody.
All righty. Okay. Everybody have a great evening, and thanks for coming by.
Viewer discretion is advised.
They just think it's so funny. No!
We are federales. You know, the mountain police.
If you're the police, where are your badges?
Badges? We ain't got no badges. We don't need no badges. I don't have to show you any stinking badges.
I am going to get cards, business cards, with that figure of me on it that says "Shut the fuck up, bitch."
Dude, I should get one with my head on it too.
I swear to God,
a guy instead of a gal.
Yeah, I swear to God, I'm going to do that.
Fun, but it's ton. All right.
Yep,
Abe out.
73, everyone. We'll catch you later.
Good
Have a
night.
good evening.